Hello, everyone, and welcome to another great box-filled Mega Make and Take.
Yes.
Oh my gosh!
Your favorite.
I know, I am
Slimline.
so excited about all these projects. Slimline. I mean, this is the thing going on right now. So many different dies, and this box is full of different types of projects, different ways of creating those great Slimline cards. And I always love it because the Slimline, you have such a great canvas landscape to decorate, to where you can really tell a story on the card, even on the front of the card. And we have some beautiful scenes that are in this box today. Right? So just some great ones. I've been working on, I did some pet Slimline cards a while back, and I've started doing some my Thanksgiving, which I gotta finish. So I do have some finished and ready to send to some family back home. So
you're so good.
I'm excited about that.
I haven't even started. I was thinking I definitely need to. I've been scrapbooking, so
I know you've been busy doing that.
I get on tangents.
Yes.
And I stick to it. I need to get into, well, maybe not Thanksgiving cards, but definitely Christmas. So
yes.
That's something that's on my to-do list planner. But I love Slimline. I love all the different dies and stamp sets that are totally geared to that. And it's just like what's so hot right now and so fun. And I love that they fit in the standard size envelope.
Yes.
That's nice. So you could, because I like things that pop. Yes. And I love layers and all of that. Yeah. But with the Slimline, you could send it in the standard size envelope. And because it's a different dimension, I guess. Yeah. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but you feel like you don't have to pop it, so it doesn't weigh as much when you try to ship it. Because that's another thing. I'll make a card and I'll take it to the post office and it's like, all right, that's $8. And I'm like, what?
But that's a nice card.
Take off a layer. Tell me when it gets to 50 cents. Yeah. But yeah, so I think with this dimension, it's nice because you can make it flat, but still is so neat.
Yeah. Well, and it goes along with being able to put so much on it, on the outside and inside. There's I always like to put a little bit of something inside, but I always want to leave that for writing, what I'd like to, little note, and I always know that inside any card, I always start to write, and then I almost get to the bottom, and there's so much more I want to say, but I'm I either got to write smaller or get more detailed. But so you were talking about the envelopes, and there's dies out there to cut the Slimline cards, but you know what? You can make those, really any size. Right. I've seen some mini Slimlines even. So, but one of the goodies in the box, if you were lucky to get one of the boxes, is that one of the projects you actually get a template to make the envelope. So that's always fun because you can. What's nice about that is you can coordinate the envelope with the card inside. Right. That's always fun and to do. So I always like those options. And, of course, if you do use that, you want to make sure that there's room to put the address and everything on there too. But
are you going to be doing any of your holiday cards in Slimline?
Yes, I think I did my I actually did a couple of Halloween too. So I am going to have two different types of Christmas cards. So I'm going to do some Slimlines and do some of the A2s because I already had, I think it was a couple months ago, I had started to make some other cards, and they turned into some Christmas cards. Kind of the starts of them. So I thought, well, I want to be able to use those because I did some different stamping techniques on it. Right. And I thought, well, I'll go ahead and do those. And then I've seen so many great holiday scenes on these Slimline cards, so I don't want to miss out on doing those. So I'll kind of have a combo, and both of them will probably be some I'm called cutesies, the traditional cutesies. So
that's fun. fun. I can't wait to get one.
Ah! But no, it's they're so much fun to do, and you know, with your standard cards, you know, you kind of get an idea of what you want on there, and you're kind of limited. But with this, you really, I mean, you could. I have sections like on the inside of my Thanksgiving card. I actually have I took one of the Slimline dies that had the squares out, and I put 3 little scenes in it. So,
that's cute.
So there's a lot. And, you know, we're talking about the cards, but the dies, I love. They have so many of the, there's layered dies, there's the tag dies, there's so many of the dies that have like different cutouts.
Right. I know people they're just so creative, and there's so many things that you could, like you were saying, put on them. You could make them into a shaker card. Yes. Or you could add, I've even seen the little, from the dollar stores, the little snowballs. Yeah. And make like little snowballs in each little, so the sky is the limit with Slimline cards. They're just so beautiful, so much fun. They're all the rage. And one of my friends had messaged me saying that I had made a Slimline card like 2 or 3 years ago, and I'm like, wow, that's the benefit of watching YouTube, because I, like, as you know, I watch YouTube all day, and please subscribe to our channel, because that would really help us. So we do have our YouTube channel. Yes. But I love to watch YouTube, and I think that people were kind of barely coming with the Slimline, like, you know, and it just hit the yes, you know, and it's so amazing. I love making them. Yes. I love getting them. Yes. I'm gonna get one from you.
That's what's important. That's 2 hints in 2 minutes.
Exactly. But I really do. I love finding new techniques, and that's what I love about our megas, like we were talking about, is that, you know, there's so many companies out there that have so many great products with that in mind, the Slimline. So fun, and I love this box. Yes, Dave.
I know. Look, we have our cute box that some of you that are watching had received, and
so cute. And then on the sides, there's those beautiful stripes. So when it's in your shelf,
you'll be able to see it
there.
And you know, the pink and the brown goes together so well. That's still in color for sure.
Right. So that's fun. We definitely are Slimline lovers. Are you guys?
Well, you know what? And once again, the Mega Make and Takes, these are such great ways to not only see if you like using certain companies' products, but getting you exposed to Slimlines, whatever our little themed Mega Make and Takes are. So
exactly.
Yeah. So I do want to remind everybody that today, Vicki and I, we are taped. We are not live with you, because we always want to be at home watching these as well. Yes. And our presentations, those are all pre-recorded, because they want your feedback during their presentation. So when or if you have questions, you'll want to sit and type those into your computer or your phone, or however you're communicating with them, and ask them, you see something, hey, do you have this? Do you carry this? What about this? What about that? So it's a great way to interact, an easy way, to interact, because they're right there waiting to answer all the great questions from everybody.
Exactly. So much fun.
Yeah, so I think that you got, I was surprised, because we got a little sneak peek at, the videos.
I know.
So
there were so many awesome techniques and different little details. And each, segment that I learned and was able to pick up on, and also want to ask for Christmas.
Yeah. She keeps building that Christmas list.
I know. I'm like, I wish that I would have had more kids to have more lists to give to them, because now the roles are reversed, Dave, and now my kids are now, asking me for a list.
Yes.
So I'm like, what else do I want?
Oh gosh. Well, everybody, sit back, relax, get in your comfy chair. And you know what? I love this, because you're right at home, and that's who we're starting with, a company called Right at Home. So everybody, you guys enjoy, and we will be back in just a moment, and I know you're going to love it. So yes. We'll be back.
Hi everyone, my name's Nicole, and I'm the owner and designer behind Right at Home Stamps, and I'm super excited to be joining you today for the Stamp and Scrap Expo Mega Make Take Extravaganza event. Today we're going to be creating this Slimline card project, which features an ink-blended background, some festive Copic coloring, and a coordinating Slimline envelope. So if you're ready, let's get started. You'll want to start out by grabbing your kit, as I'll be walking you through the contents. First off, you'll see the stamp set that we'll be using today, which is a Right at Home stamp sampler that was created exclusively for this event. This set includes images from various Right at Home stamps, including some of our most popular designs. On the back side of the stamp set, you'll be able to see which sets each of the images comes from, so you know which set to look for on our website if you're interested in seeing the full designs. We'll be using every image from this sampler set today, so I'm excited to show you how we will be putting them to use. Next up, we have another exclusive product for this kit, which is my mini cloud border stencil. It measures 6 inches long and is double-sided. We'll be using this stencil to create our snowy background, and I'll be showing you a trick for creating a seamless design with stencils that are shorter than a typical slimline size. In the little glassine bag, you'll find all of your die cuts, which includes the car, wheels, and tree, as well as the coordinating die cuts for the Santa, elf, reindeer, and present images. This thin cardstock strip is what we'll be using to create our snowy hill border, and the larger panel is for our ink-blended background. Your card base is already cut and folded for you, and I've also adhered this green cardstock panel to the front already for quick assembly. Finally, we have a white slimline envelope that we'll be stamping on, and your flyer, which features the coupon code you can use for 20% off your purchase on our website. You'll also notice that on the back of the flyer, there's a spot to write in any notes about different products that you may be interested in that I show throughout this video. This card will likely be especially useful in the second portion of today's video, so make sure to keep it handy. If you like to have written instructions handy, you can print out our instruction document to keep nearby. I also made sure to include a picture of the final design for your reference. I'll be following the same order as these instructions, so feel free to take as much time as you need on each step. Now let's get started on our snowy ink-blended background. You can grab out your large white cardstock panel, the mini cloud border stencil, and a light blue ink of your choice. I'll be using the Ranger Distress Oxide ink in tumbled glass, but you can use whatever type of ink you most enjoy blending with. You'll also need an ink blending tool to sponge on the color. I'm laying down this placemat to protect my work surface from any excess ink, and I'm going to work on prepping my stencil. Since the stencil is rather small and slippery, I like to add a piece of painter's tape to the top so that my fingers can stick to it as I ink blend. This gives me a better grip on the stencil and allows me to easily move it across the panel. When I place the stencil in the bottom corner here, you'll see that it does not cover the entire panel widthwise. However, I designed the stencil so that you'll be able to easily line up the design to create a seamless pattern. One thing you'll want to watch out for is the right edge of the stencil. You'll need to avoid that area when blending the first section of your clouds so you don't make a harsh line on your panel. So to avoid that, I'm starting my blending about a 1/2 inch from the right side, in line with the largest bump. When you're ready, you can pick up a little ink on your blending tool, tap off any excess, and begin blending. You'll want to blend in small circular motions, making sure to leave enough white space above your blended section to allow for more cloud layers. When you're ready to add the second section of clouds, simply move your stencil all the way to the right and line up the last bump of the stencil with the last bump you blended on your panel. Then you can continue adding ink until your panel is finished. Again, you'll want to make sure you don't blend too close to the straight edge of the stencil so you don't create a straight line on your panel. To add variation to the background, you can try staggering the stencil in different ways. I used the large bump on the right-hand side of the stencil as my reference point for varying its placement on my panel. When I lift up the stencil here, you can see that the bumps from each cloud layer are slightly offset, which adds a bit of interest to the background. I did about 4 rows of clouds to cover my panel, and then I set it aside to dry. Now we're going to cut our snowy hill using the thin white cardstock strip from the kit. I know I want the hill to cover the bottom portion of the panel that doesn't have clouds, so I'm going to roughly estimate and get cutting. Basically, I'm creating a wavy edge that gives me a few bumps and valleys onto which I can adhere Santa and all the other images. Next, I grabbed out all the die-cut images from the kit, the sampler stamp set, some clear blocks, and a black ink that works well with alcohol markers. I'm using Memento Tuxedo Black ink for my stamping, but you can use whatever ink you prefer, so long as it works well with the coloring medium you choose to use. These images would be great colored in with pencils or watercolors, so feel free to get creative. I'm starting with the Santa image from the set, inking him up and looking through the block to make sure that I stamp him centered onto the die cut. It probably would be easier to place the die cut on a background that isn't also white, but luckily I stamped it pretty centered. Later on, we'll be using these same images with colored inks, so make sure that you thoroughly clean off the black ink from the stamps before placing them back on the sheet. So you can just continue stamping all of the images until you are finished. Okay, so now we can move on to coloring in all these cute images. You can also grab out the car, wheels, and tree die cuts from your kit so that we can color them all at the same time. From your own stash, you'll just need to grab a tiny strip of white cardstock, which will be adhering to the back side of the car to fill in the handle pieces with color. To color my images, I'll be using Copic markers, and to add details, I'll be using a white gel pen. So let's get coloring. Again, I'm starting with the Santa image, and I'll be sure to put the colors that I'm using on the screen here in the bottom corner. I just want to preface this by saying that I am in no way a coloring expert. I do very basic coloring and blending techniques. I use 2 colors at most, and basically just go back and forth with each color until I'm happy with the blend. That being said, I am really happy with the results that I achieved with my limited marker collection, so I hope that this is encouraging for you if you don't consider yourself to be a big colorer. Also, you'll notice that I popped a picture of the finished images in the top corner here so that you can see more closely where I ended up placing the shading. For the most part, I put the darker color on the edges and blended out to the center with the lightest color. So I'm just going to continue filling in my images here, so I hope you enjoy the coloring. To bring these white die cuts to life, I'll be using the same Copic marker colors that I used for the rest of the images. Here I'm adding a base layer of the lighter red shade and adding the darker color around the edges. I made sure to put down a lot of ink so that the car is bright red. With the dark gray marker, I'm going to color the wheels as well as the thin cardstock strip that will go behind the car handles. For the tree, I'm coloring the center with the lighter green and adding depth to the branches with the darker green. I added a few layers of color so I got a smooth blend. To finish off the images, I'm adding details using a bright white gel pen. I made dots on the cheeks of the Santa, elf, and reindeer, and even added some to the reindeer's back. I put just a few lines on the car body and added quite a few dots to the tree branches so that it looked as though it was covered in snow. Now we can move back to our sky and hill panels. Here I'm adhering the hill using some tape runner adhesive and placing it along the bottom edge of the ink blended cloud panel. I'm going to place this panel into my stamping positioner tool so I can stamp the sentiments from the stamp set, but you can easily do the same with a clear block. I placed the Happy Holidays in the top right corner and the And a Merry New Year in the bottom center. I'll be stamping both of these with the same Memento Tuxedo Black ink. The Happy Holidays sentiment has open spaces in some of the letters, so I decided to use my markers again to add some color to those spaces. I alternated between the red and the green and finished them off with some white gel pen detail. I adhered the panel onto my card base, and now I can start arranging all of my images to create a festive holiday scene. To adhere the images, I used either liquid adhesive or foam tape, which helps add dimension to the scene. To finish off the background, I used the 3 snowflake images from the set and stamped them across the sky using a blue ink. To add a bit of sparkle, I'm using Nouveau glitter drops in White Blizzard and placing a drop in the center of each snowflake and along the top of the hill edge. Once you've done this, your card is finished. Make sure to set your finished card aside in a safe place so you don't smudge any of the glitter. Now we can move on to our Slimline envelope. You'll want to grab yours from the kit, along with red, yellow, green, and blue inks from your stash. I'm going to start by using a light green ink and the stripe stamp from the set and stamp it along the bottom of the envelope. This will give the rest of our images a place to stand. Since the stamp is too short to reach across the entire panel, I started by stamping it once in the center and then lining it up to finish off each side. Next, I'm using a red ink to stamp the Santa image on the left-hand side of the envelope. And then I'll be going in with a darker green ink to stamp the elf right next to him. I'm stamping the reindeer image using a light brown ink on the right hand side of the envelope, and then I'll be adding the present image from the set using a yellow ink just to fill in some of those spaces around the images. To mark a spot for the recipient's address, I'll be using the Please Deliver To banner and stamping that in the same red ink right in the center of the envelope. To fill in some of the white space of the envelope, I'll be using those same snowflake images to add a flurry of snowflakes across the envelope. I tried to avoid the top left corner of the envelope so that you can clearly write your return address. On the back side of the envelope, we're going to stamp the Write More, Text Less image with the same dark green ink on the center of the flap. And here is what the completed envelope and card project look like. Just to add one final detail to this card, I'll be stamping the backside with the Handmade by Me for You with Love image from the set, just so that the recipient knows that this card was made with love. And here's our finished Slimline card and envelope project. I hope you enjoyed creating this set and are excited to kick off your holiday crafting for this year. We're going to be moving on to the second part of today's video, so be sure to grab out your shopping flyer as I'll be sharing some must-have right-at-home stamps in the next clip that you won't want to miss. Hello again. In this portion of the video, I'll be sharing some of our products, but before I do so, I thought I would give you a little bit of an introduction to who Right at Home is in case this is your first time hearing of us. So hello, I'm Nicole, and I'm the owner and designer behind Right at Home Stamps. The Right at Home brand actually started over 20 years ago by my mom and grandma, who opened a craft store in my hometown in Massachusetts. As the crafting industry changed over the years, we decided to open an online storefront and actually create our own product line of stamps, dies, and other crafty products. I've had the opportunity to design many of these items, and it's been an incredible experience to bring my own ideas to fruition. One thing that's been important to me when creating our line was designing products that make crafting and card making a happy and fulfilling process. I know for a lot of us, creating is something that brings us joy and helps us connect with others, so I tried my best to create a line that has fun and beautiful products that help you create those feelings of joy and connection in your own life. So with that being said, let me give you a closer look at some of our best-selling items. So to start off, I'll be showing you the full sets from which all the stamps in your stamp sampler came from. For your reference, I put all the stamp names on the back of the packaging, so you can search for them on our website for more detail, but I also will be walking you through them here. Make sure to grab your shopping flyer to keep track of any notes that you may have, and you'll see that our discount code is also listed there. The code is SSE20OFF, and you can use that at checkout for 20% off your entire purchase. And that code is valid until December 6th, 2020. Okay, so the first set is called Santa's Helpers. In the sampler set, you received the Santa, elf, reindeer, and one of the presents, but the full set includes a tree, another present, and a little candy cane. We also have the coordinating dies available, which cut out all of the images. Just as a quick note, I will be putting pictures of different samples up on the screen here, so feel free to take a screenshot to save them for later, or they will also be available on the product listings of the stamps featured. Up next is Fa La La, which you used the Happy Holidays and a Merry New Year from, but as you can see, there are a ton of other sentiments that would work great for your holiday projects. I love the whimsical font of this set, and I think its design really works well for fun and festive holiday cards. We also have these two sets, which are called Happy Meal Year 2 and Happy Meal Year 3, and they were used to decorate the envelope. So what we used was the Please Deliver To banner from Happy Meal Year 2 and the Write More, Text Less from Happy Meal Year 3. As you can see, I gave you just a small portion of what is actually included on these sets. There are so many little sentiments that are perfect for decorating envelopes, and they help make the recipient smile when they find your card in their mailbox. I'll be showing you another stamp in this Happy Meal collection in just a few minutes, so stay tuned for that. To also decorate the envelope, we used this little stripe stamp right here from our Holiday Ribbons stamp set. This set includes additional strip stamps that can be layered together to create different patterns. For help with putting the layers together, you can download our stamping guide for this set on our website. On the back side of the card, we stamped this heart image, which comes from Handmade by Me. There's some more sentiments on this set that are fun, like I make cards like it's my job, and snail mail is the best mail. These would also be cute on an envelope as well. Now from this set called Winter Pals, we just used the little snowflakes, but they do come from a larger set that has these cute kids all bundled up for playing in the snow. We do have the coordinating dies for this set, which also includes ones for the little snowflakes themselves. And then lastly, we have the Holidays Are on the Way die set, which is the car that we used and the tree, but there are also dies that create presents with bows and little flowers. I also just wanted to show you the layering guide that goes with this die set. This is available for download on our website under the Resources tab, and it just helps give you an idea of how the different pieces can be used together. As you can see, this car can be used for more than just holiday cards depending on what color you cut it out of. Okay, so now I'm going to move on to the rest of our product line. This is our Happy Mail stamp set. It's the set that started it all for us back in 2015, and it was from this set that we got our start in this industry. As you can see from the design, it really focused on what it was that our company stood for and what it is that we love to do, which is to send handmade cards and to give people a little bit of happiness in their mailbox. It is from this stamp set that the rest of our line blossomed, as well as a miniature collection of Happy Mail stamp sets. So we have this one called Happy Mail Year 2, and then we also continued with Happy Mail Year 3. All three of these are incredible sets to have in your collection for when you're decorating envelopes and just want to add that little finishing touch to your card projects as they go off into the mail. So I hope you like these sets and that they inspire you to send some Happy Mail. The next set I want to show you is our Script Greetings stamp set. This is by far one of our most popular stamp sets. It has beautiful, bold greetings that help you create a card that is impactful and that stands out and that really communicates your message to the recipient. There are also additional word stamps included in a more delicate style that help you make a complete sentence with the bolder words. In addition to this, we have the coordinating dies, which are awesome because not only does it include the outline portion, which helps you to cut out whatever stamped greeting you decide, but it also has the words themselves, but in a die version so that you can cut them out of paper. This die set could stand on its own, but what you'll get with the stamp is the ability to complete the sentiment with some of the smaller phrases that I included. So for example, you could do the blessed word cut out of paper and stamp "so very" above the die cut, and "to have you as a friend" below the die cut. So this gives you a lot of versatility with this set, which is something that is also very important to our brand. This set of products has not only been some of our customers' favorites, but also really loved by some of the designers that have worked with us, so there's a ton of samples using them on our website. I think this is a set that you will love adding to your collection. Another one of our popular sentiment sets is this one right here, and it's called Color in Sentiments. Now I'm going to pause the video here for a second because I want to tell you a quick story about this set and one of the samples that we have using it, because I think it really speaks to what we do as card makers. So a few years ago, we were set up at a stamp show in Florida, and this was just after the city of Orlando had experienced a horrific tragedy involving the LGBTQ+ community. And we had a woman come up to us to ask if she could take a picture of this sample that I have on the screen here, because she planned to purchase the set to make cards for the families of those affected by the tragedy, because she thought they could use a little bit of color in their life at that time. I think I will always remember this because I think we can feel like what we do by making cards is so small, but sending someone a piece of art that you created with your own two hands can really create an impact and show people that you value them and that they matter to you. So I just wanted to share this story with you because every time I pick up this stamp set, I am reminded of it. So the main idea behind this set, which you can see from the samples, is that parts of the sentiments are open so that you can use your favorite coloring mediums to add color and bring the words to life. The "be a pop of color in a black and white world" I think is especially relevant in today's world and could really help you bring a smile to someone's face that you may not be able to see in person right now. Okay, so again I'm showing you another one of our popular sets. This is our abstract floral set, and when you look at it, it might be a little bit intimidating, but if you're someone who loves stamping and loves creating different looks, then this is a stamp set that can really help you do that. Also, if you're someone who loves florals, this is one that has been very popular for us. So we have a ton of different solid images, leaves, flowers, buds, all different layers that you can mix and match together to create beautiful, abstract, and whimsical looking flowers. Of course, we have the coordinating dies available, which cut out the main base layers of the set, and we also have a stamping guide that's available for download on our website if you're someone that needs a little bit of help putting everything together. I thought I would jump around and show a different item. So this is one of our background stamps called Grid Background, and as you can see, it is a fabulous textured background that really is versatile and can be used for so many techniques, but also has the ability to just add that beautiful subtle pattern onto your background. It really can just help finish off your card by adding a little bit of texture. I'm going to put up a few samples here on the screen showing one of my favorite techniques using this set, which is heat embossed resist. Here I just heat embossed the background onto watercolor paper using white embossing powder, and then I smooshed some ink from my favorite ink pads onto my work surface, spritzed it with water, and then picked it up off of my work surface with my embossed panel. This technique is super simple, but the results are always fun to see. So overall, if you're looking for a go-to background stamp that can work for many styles of cards, this is one that you have to have. Next, what I'm going to show you are a couple of different sentiment sets that have been very popular for us and that all kind of have a similar style. I think the popularity of these sets just kind of speaks to our brand's ability to bring together fonts and different styles of typography to create products that are beautiful additions to your collection and that inspire you to get those cards done and into the mail. So this one is called Peace, Love, Joy. It has this gorgeous handwritten font in a variety of sentiments. I've seen so many people use this set for their holiday cards, which is incredible and heartwarming to see, and I think it's one that you'll also enjoy. So going off of the last set, we have this one, which is called Be Thankful. It doesn't use the same exact font, but it does have the same feel, but with sentiments that are more fall focused. These were released at the same time and were made to be used with the coordinating products that I'll show here. This is our seasonal wreath die set that has all of the pieces needed to create both fall and holiday wreaths, and these sentiment sets were designed to fit inside the opening of the wreath, like the sample I'm showing here. And then lastly, we have our His Love stamp set, which features more faith-based sentiments, but again with the simple font paired with handwritten accents. As you can see, each piece in this collection has the same style, but each with a different focus, which can help bring you throughout an entire year of beautiful and classic card making. Next, I'm going to show you our sunflower stamp set, which has been rather popular for us. This is definitely a stamp layering set, so if you're someone that doesn't prefer stamp layering, then this one might not be for you, which is totally okay. But if you are someone who enjoys the process of piecing these layers together, then I encourage you to try out this set, even if it looks a little daunting. We do have the stamping guide available on our website, along with a few how-to videos that will help walk you through the process of creating realistic looking sunflowers. So make sure to check those out if you do decide to give this set a try. Okay, so the next little mini collection I'm going to show you are also stamp layering sets, and they are all cute forest critters. So I'm going to start off with this one, and it is our Cozy Cardinal stamp set. I will tell you, even though this is a cardinal and was released during the holiday time, I have found this set to work well for stamping adorable little birds that can be used on cards all throughout the year. I've made so many samples that I'll be showing you with this set, using various ink colors to create birds that can be used on spring cards, fall cards, or even a sweet Valentine's Day card. So we also have the coordinating dies available for you, and of course the layering guide to help you piece all these elements together. To expand this collection, I came out with the Nestling Owl set, which helps you build an adorable little owl with a striped scarf to help bundle him up for the cold. Again, the coordinating dies will help you cut out the images once they're all layered together. I'm super excited to try stamping this little guy in a winter color palette for the upcoming season. Next up, we have the Snuggly Squirrel. This one is really fun because it comes with additional images like the apple, sunflower, and acorn, as well as the scarf that you can layer together and put into his little arms. As you'll see on the coordinating die, we included this inner piece that cuts a flap into the arms so you can nestle the acorn in between them so that he looks like he's holding it. And you can see what that looks like in application here in these samples. This set actually sparked a funny conversation about squirrel fur over on my social media. I live on the East Coast, so most of the squirrels over here are gray, so I had no idea that squirrels can also have black fur, so that was interesting to learn about from one of our customers. But anyways, you can download the layering guide on our website, and I also have how-to videos for all of these sets on my YouTube channel as well. And then we have this stamp set called Forest Findings. So with these images, you can layer together a stump, pumpkin, leaves, a pine cone, and 2 different mushrooms, and these images help you create a little scene for your critters to be a part of. And again, we also have the coordinating die set. One thing I didn't mention about these sets are that they are a great addition to your collection because they're smaller. They're only 4 by 4 inches and they have a smaller price point. So if you're looking to maybe try out the stamp layering style, these sets would be a great place to start. And to finish off this mini collection, we have Critter Chat, which features sentiments that play on the different critter stamps that we have available. I also made sure to add a few more basic sentiments that don't necessarily need to be paired with a certain critter. So up here in the corner, I wanted to share a Slimline card that I made using all of these sets on one card. You have the cardinal, the squirrel, the owl, and all of the forest findings used together to create an adorable fall scene. You'll notice that the cardinal is also wearing a scarf, although one doesn't come in the set, so I stamped an extra one from the nestling owl stamp, and it fits perfectly around the cardinal as well, and helps tie in the snuggly scarves and cozy critters sentiment. So again, grab out all your fall ink colors and pick up these sets to have lots of stamping fun this season. I'm going to share a few more stamp layering sets, and these next few are some of my personal favorites. This is our Quirky Acorn set, which has all these different top and bottom images, as well as little texture pieces that you can build together to create adorable patterned acorns. This is one of my favorites because I love putting all of my ink pads to use. I'm sure you're like me and have lots of ink sets from different companies, and it's stamp sets like this one that help you get the most out of those collections. In the top corner here, I'm putting a little clip of another Slimline project I created using this set along with Snuggly Squirrel. I've really been having fun experimenting with seam building using the Slimline size as a base, and I just love the way this card came out. Again, we have the coordinating dies for this set, as well as a stamping guide on our website. Another fun layering set is our Fall Leaves stamp, which is one of our first seasonal sets that we released many years ago, but it's still a staple in my collection. This one is so fun because it offers you the solid images to stamp with all your colorful inks, as well as the outline images to use with pencils or alcohol markers. I love all of the samples we have using this set, including this embroidery hoop that was designed for us using the images from this set as a base for the stitching. So for a kind of spring version of our layering sets, we have this one called Fluttering By. This set creates these fun butterfly and dragonfly looking images that I've found to be perfect for adding a finishing accent to spring card designs. We have the coordinating die set here and a stamping guide available for download. I just love the samples we have here that were created by some of our designers as well as our talented customers. Now we have this awesome alphabet set called Folk Alphabet, which comes in a solid and detailed version that can be layered together to create a fun, whimsical sentiment on your card projects. I just recently had the chance to play with this set again to create a custom sentiment for my Slimline card that I'm showing here, and I just love the way it turned out. Up next, we have our freshly picked stamp and die set, which is, again, another beautiful layering set for any floral lovers out there. The idea behind this set is that you can layer together all of the different flower and leaf images with the little paper wrap to create a bundle of freshly picked florals. To finish off your wrapped bundle, you can either use the little string image or this banner that layers together to create the look of a dimensional banner. I found this set to come in really handy when I want to add a cluster of small flowers on a card to finish off the design, because there are so many options and styles available with this set. There is a sentiment set in our shop called Thanks a Bunch that was released as a coordinating product, and it has sentiments that fit on the banner from this set, so make sure to check that out when you're shopping. You can also download the coordinating stamping guide from our website for help with arranging all of the different floral options, as well as how to put the bundle together and the stamped banner. And the last few items I wanted to share are these sweet little kid images that were designed by Kimma Parrish. Up first, we have Pumpkin Spice Season, which includes 3 adorable girls bundled up in their sweaters, boots, and hats. One is holding a coffee cup, one is holding a sunflower, and the last little girl is playing in the leaves. I used all 3 of these girls on this vertical slimline card that I created. It was so fun coloring these girls in and adding all the leaves around them. There's also a coordinating die for all the girls, leaves, and I even added a bonus Hello Fall phrase that you can use instead of the stamp's sentiments. For Halloween, we have this set called Boo Crew, which features 3 kids all dressed up in their costumes, as well as a bat and some candy pieces. I created this spooky scene card here, again in the slimline style, which was inspired by a designer named Mindy on Instagram. Make sure to check her out. You'll notice that in the background I used the same mini cloud border stencil that we used on our holiday card project earlier, so it's definitely a stencil that you'll likely be using a lot. You may recognize this set from earlier in the video called Winter Pals. We used the snowflakes from this set, but these cute kids are also fun to play around with. I went for a very wintry and icy look with my coloring, but these kids look adorable in all sorts of color combinations, which you can see in some of these samples. As I mentioned in the holiday card video, I'm not the greatest colorer, but these sets have been perfect for helping me practice. Lastly, we have the Cup of Friendship set, which has 2 large girl images holding their favorite brews. I love the design of this set, and I've used it a lot to send cards to my coffee-loving friends. If you made it to the end of this video, thank you so much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed everything I had to share with you today. Make sure to head over to writeathomeshop.com to use your 20% off discount code. Again, the code is SSE20OFF, and it will deduct 20% off your purchase and is valid until December 6th, 2020. If you would like a direct link to my website or to any of the products I mentioned, you can check down in the description box below here on YouTube. Thank you so much to the Stamp and Scrapbook Expo team for putting together this awesome event, and I hope to join you all again soon. Bye!
Welcome back, everybody. And I told you we were going to have great presentations already. And right at home, I'll tell you what a great project. How, the stamp set that everybody got, how cute was this with all the different stamps on it that you can use? I loved how she did use the mini clouds in the project, and the blending techniques that she used to make the background. I thought that was it was beautiful. I mean, just the way that she did it, I love that. And then she did the great coloring techniques with the Copics. And I also loved, my favorite parts were the little Santa and the deer, and I love the car too. So I just thought it was so cute. And then she used the dots that she used for the snow on the project. I thought that was great. And my favorite part too, the Nuvo glitter, that was awesome. That made it sparkle a lot. And we were talking about envelopes earlier, decorating the envelopes. And she just added, she put the border on. So it made, just made that card more special. There was plenty of space on the outside for her to be able to put the, the address and everything for the card. So I just thought it was a beautiful card. Great. The blending techniques were great too. So, and great products.
Yes. That stamp set is amazing. And like you were saying, if you visit the website from her video, oh my goodness, how many of us want every single stamp and die she showed? It was beautiful, beautiful products. And if you go to the website and you're interested in the stamp, I love when they also show different samples of that same stamp set with different cards. I think that's so fun because, you might say, that I was looking at it and I'm like, oh,
exactly.
How neat they did it so different from the same stamp set.
Yeah.
So I love like Fa La La, Happy Mail Year 2 and 3. So cute. Like you were talking about decorating the envelope. How cute did she show like the different for, that Happy Mail that you, for that personal touch saying made by, and just, I love that one. That's a must have. The holiday ribbon set, the winter pals, holidays are on the way, the script greetings with the beautiful bold word sayings. I love that.
Yeah.
And I always need that when I'm making a card. Like, I love this scene, but that word gives it that punch. There were some different alphabet stamp sets that were just, I love, beautiful. There was background stamp sets. I loved how she had the cozy cardinal stamp set, but she made it for Valentine's. And, you'd think cardinal is just for Christmas, but she showed different examples of using it different ways. And I love the vibrant colors that she showed as well. Like, she had the nesting owl, the squirrel die, and there was one more other animal that I don't have on but just showing all the different techniques and then making a slimline with each of these little animals on it. It was an owl, a squirrel. There was something on maybe it was the cozy cardinal. I don't remember right now because I don't have on my notes, but she also has YouTube videos on it. So if you're interested, showing and making that scene.
Yes.
And the acorn also stamp set and die set. It was just, Dave, pretty much it is a must have.
Vicki just went click, click, click.
Yeah, I know.
I hope you did too, that's for sure.
The video, go to the website. I promise you are going to love everything. Yes.
Awesome. Great.
Yes.
Great.
So that was great.
Great. Awesome. So did they have a show special?
Oh, yes, they did.
Yes.
Thank you, Dave. I got so excited. I just kidding. Okay, so right at home, the show special is coupon code SSE20OFF at checkout to receive 20% off your purchase.
Very good. So you want to go there.
Yes.
So we want to thank Right at Home for that great project. And we have another wonderful project coming up with Miss Karen at Be Creative. So stick around and we'll be back.
Hi guys, it's Karen from Be Creative, and I'm here with Fun Make and Take. We're going to be obviously doing a slimline card. That's why you're here. This is the project we're going to do today. We had pretty much everything in your kit. You're just going to need trimmers, a black ink pad, scissors. What else? Yeah, that's pretty much, and something to color in your flower with. Otherwise, you can stamp on a colored piece of cardstock if you don't want to color. And other than that, everything is ready to go. Let's put it together. So the project kit you got, let's talk about everything that's in it. We tried to give you a lot of goodies that not only you can use for this project, but have lots of stuff to use for future projects because it's all about increasing our stash and all the stuff we have to work with. So we gave you in here for this project the tulle and the ribbon. That's going to go on the card. We have that. You have either a little yellow or orange square. That's going to be the backing for our little sentiment. You have an ink pad from Hero Arts, either in a shade of green. Maybe a couple of you might have orange, but most of you have this green ink pad. That's going to be doing our background. You have a, let's see here, a thing of stickles in either gold or a glisten color to do some highlights. And this will last you a very long time, and you can use it on other things to add a little bling. You've also got the adhesive runner. Scrapbook Adhesives by 3L is one of my absolute most favorite brands because their stuff sticks, and it sticks and endures the test of time. Your stuff's not coming off later. It's a really good quality adhesive. So you get a full runner of that along with foam squares from them. Their foam squares stick really well, and they're really easy to work with, really easy to come off the backing, and just not a big pain punching them out. So you get a whole sheet of that, which will last you a very long time as well. You also have your 8.5 by 11 piece of white cardstock. We're going to use this to make our card base. And you have this really awesome stamp set, 7-piece stamp set. There's a couple sentiments to choose from, along with the flowers that are going to adorn our cards. So what will you need to do this? Something to blend the ink with. You'll need that. You'll need scissors and a trimmer, a ruler, or if you have the measuring on your trimmer, that'll be fine. And either a stamping positioner or a stamping block, something like that. And also something to color in your flowers with, be it a marker, colored pencil, whatever you want to add color to your flowers in. And again, you can match the ink or you can do your own color from your own stash, but we wanted to give you enough to work with in your kit. So how are we going to turn this 8.5 by 11 piece of cardstock into a slimline card? Well, I'm not one who absolutely measures everything perfectly every time, and I like to have the flexibility to have leftover to have stuff to work with, because we want to have some of that white leftover to do our flowers and whatnot. So there's a couple ways you can approach this. Of course, you can add more paper from your own personal stash if you want to do something different, but we wanted to give you a base that you could use to turn into that slimline card. So a number 10 envelope looks like this. So we want to make sure the card can fit in. Couple ways you can approach this. So you can have let's see here, a card like this guy. I've done the measurement. So this is a regular 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. So if you take the 8.5 width of the 8.5 by 11 and knowing it's going to be shorter than your envelope, but you're okay with that, then go this way and cut it down to another 8.5. And that, when you fold it, is going to be this long. You'll have this much left over to do your flowers and other stuff. That's the most efficient way to cut down a piece of 8.5 by 11 into a slimline card. It's not the exact size of a slimline. There's a little give room on each side of the envelope, but that's one way to go. The other way you can do it is if you've got something like this one. I did the little measurements here. I did 8.5 this way, and I did 9 this way. So that 9 is going to be a better size for the number 10 envelope, which will take it to the full length of the envelope. And once you fold it, it'll take you out 8.5. So once you cut that, your leftover pieces will be a strip that looks like this and a strip that looks like this. So these will be your 2 leftover pieces. From this, that's what you're going to use to do your flowers. Now, this may be a little tight. That's why I'm giving you the other option. If you want a little more space, you might want to go with that full size card that you're cutting down. Again, 8.5, 8.5, like that. So those are your 2 options for cutting down your card. Either way, it's going to be 8.5 cut down, and you'll end up with a slimline card like this folded. So we want to add ink to the background of our card. You can use an ink color of your choice from your own collection or the ink pad that was provided in your kit. This is a water-based ink. It should blend pretty nicely. When we blend our inks, you want to use something like a blending tool. We have these on our website if you are in need of blending tools. I like using a round one because it's just easier to blend, because when we blend, we're typically in a circular motion to get an even blend. And then I don't have to fight it if I have a square blender. So I like a round blender. If you don't have that, you can still do this technique. It's a little tougher, but sure, you can do it. If you have something like an old makeup sponge, something like that, you can blend with. If you had a makeup brush or a blending brush, a stenciling brush, that will work as well. But I here have that blending tool, and I'm going to use that. Now, let me just show you a little example when we blend. I'll take a regular piece of paper. The thing you want to avoid when you're blending is the splotchiness, because we want all over color. We're doing a whole background, a soft background, and we're achieving that by circular motions, blending consistent color. So you want to get ink on your blending tool like this. You can either spounce it or rub it, either way, to load the ink. But what you don't want to do is do a circle, because then you're going to end up with circles, and circles don't blend. Once you've got it down, it dries pretty quickly, and now you have a big blotchy mess, and you're just going to end up with a bunch of weird circles. You definitely don't want that. So instead, when I blend, I get the ink on my blending tool, and I want to do circular motions even before I hit the paper. I don't want to splotch it. I want to just evenly distribute that and keep my arm moving. You're going to feel a slight burning in your tricep, and then you know you're doing it correctly. This is our crafting cardio, right? So circular motions before you even hit the paper to get that soft color down like that. So let's do it on the actual card here. And I'm going to put green all over this card. And I'm probably going to shake a little bit because I've got my camera mounted to the table. So hopefully you don't get nauseous as we're crafting, right? So evenly blend. And if it's a little splotchy, you know what? Don't be hard on yourself. It's never going to be absolutely perfect, and that's part of the beauty. It's going to give it more of a rustic look. You just don't want it super splotchy. That's the important thing. And again, the more color and the more time you spend swirling color into a specific area, the more intense and deep and dark that color is going to be. So you get to decide the intensity of color, how splotchy it is. Those are all things you get to control as you are distributing all your ink. Okay? So that's the basic gist of it right there. I could really keep working on this a little more, adding a little more deep tones. I kind of splotched it up here a little. Can you see that? Yeah. So I kind of need to work that in a little more color. And if you're doing this along with me, this will give you time to kind of get your ink down too. Do we feel the burning yet in the arm? I do. I feel the burning. Okay, that'll work, yeah? We've got all that ink down, and now that's a lovely background to work with. We also need to do our flowers. So let's get those out of the package. And this is a great stamp that will work for all different types of occasions. And I'm using the leftover from when I trimmed down my card, and I had my leftover. I used the most efficient way. Remember before when I showed you how to mark it off, where I have the skinny strip left over here because I measured it 8.5 by 9. So my leftover's down here, and I had a little skinny leftover right there. That's what we're working with. Okay, so let's get into those flowers. I'm going to use my well-loved acrylic block that's all marked up with all kinds of stuff. And I need to do 3 flowers, so I'm going to do maybe 1 big and 2 of the littler ones. And I'm just going to use a basic black ink. I didn't mention that before. You do need a basic black ink. Memento, something water-based is fine, especially if you're using an alcohol marker. I'm going to color with an alcohol marker, so I want to use a water-based ink so it doesn't bleed together. If you have StazOn and you're not using an alcohol marker, you could do that. You could use a colored pencil. If you don't have a black ink pad, if you've got any kind of regular black water-based type marker, even if you have a Crayola marker, you can definitely cheat and color your stamp just so you can get into this project, and then you will hopefully fall in love with stamping and go, wow, I really need a good basic black ink pad, and Memento is a really great one to use. So I've got my big flower stamped first. I'm going to do 2 more of the little flower. All I'm doing there, I'm using my leftover little piece from my cut down Slimline card, or I'm using white cardstock I have, or any color. Let's say you don't have any markers or pencils, you don't really want to color, you're not a color person. Just stamp it on, if you have just a piece of cardstock, and do it that way and cut it out. You don't have to color it. It is up to you. So you can stamp it on a color, or you can stamp it on white and color it in. Totally your choice. This is your card. This is not my card. I'm giving you what you need, and then you can take it in whatever direction you want. I'm using my Memento black ink to do this, and I'm going to just get some ink on here. I did the bigger flower, and now I'm going to do 2 of the smaller flowers next to it. Like that. Let's do 1 more. Just like that. Now I have 3 flowers, and that's what I'm going to use. I'm also going to do that sentiment. There's a couple to choose from. I'm going to use the You Brighten My Day. Let's get that down there too. Just like that. How fun. There we go. And while I'm at it, let's trim the bottom off so he's ready to pop on my little, I didn't quite stamp him evenly, so I want to make sure I'm going to trim it correctly. Like that. side. Like that. This will get mounted to this base here, so if we need to trim that down further, we can. I think I'll just do that right now, so then I have it out of the way. I'm going to put a little adhesive down here, nothing major, and get that just like that, and get him trimmed down too. There we go. Now that sentiment I'll set aside, and he'll be ready for later. So before I fussy cut the flowers, I'm going to color them, because a great thing about having to fussy cut them out is if I go outside the lines when I color, I don't have to worry about it because I'm going to cut off the boo-boo. It allows me to really color it up quickly and not be so concerned about it. So I am using the Tri-Blend brush markers from Spectrum Noir. They come in a box like that. The new brush ones there are 24 in there. And what's so phenomenal, aside from the amazing price, which makes Copic look like it's ridiculously priced, even though I love my Copics too, but these are just so affordable. They're so easy to use because they've got 3 distinct colors put together in one pen. So you've got a light, a medium, and a dark. Takes all the guesswork out of picking colors, which is great. But it's got this really nice, lovely, juicy brush tip to use, and that's what I'm going to use here. And I've used my Memento ink, which is that water-based ink, which ensures that it's not going to smear when I color. So let's do a little bit of coloring in here. And again, if I go outside the lines, no biggie. I'm going to maybe do 2 petals at a time just to show you how I do that. And then I'm going to switch to my darker color like that. I'm going to take it into my middle color, halo that around a little bit. So I've got 3 distinct colors, and then I'm going to take it back to my original light tip and blend that out. Just like that. Easy as that. So go ahead and get all yours colored, whether you're using colored pencils, markers of your own, or if you're just gonna, like I said earlier, stamp it on a colored piece of paper and cut it out. You can do that too if you're not gonna color. And meet me right back here and we will put the rest of this together. So I'm going to cut my last one out with you. And you notice I colored, like I said, I went all outside the lines because life is too short to stay inside the lines. That's just so confining. And since we're going to fussy cut it out anyway, it doesn't matter if you go outside the lines when you color. So I did. It helps with blending, in fact, because then I'm not actually coloring in such a confined space too. And let me know in the comments, like, what are you going to color it in with? Are you going to use alcohol markers? Are you going to use colored pencils? Are you just going to use regular water-based, like a single tone marker, not blended? Let me know what you decide to do. Or are you just going to stamp it on a color of cardstock and cut it out that way? That's a super easy and pretty way to go. A lot of choices, which is great. In fact, you could stamp out a whole nother set of these and pop them up, like bend the petals, pop it up and make a dimensional flower. You could do that. There's just a lot you can do to really make it your own. You can also, when you're doing this, instead of stamping in black and filling it in, which is so often what we do when we stamp it in a softer, more neutral color, so then the outlines, you don't really see them, and you just really see the color that you've colored it in the flower with. That it's like the flower is more realistic. You don't have that big harsh outline, because that's so often how we stamp everything with the black and color it in. So try breaking out of that and using like a tan or a soft gray. That's a fun way to stamp as well. Okay, so now I have 3 distinct flowers. So it's time to put them on our card and put our card together. I'm going to start with the little strip that is at the bottom. So I used the little strip that I cut away when I cut down my card. I had a little white strip like this. What is the measurement on here? Because some of you I know want to know. What is that? It's like 3/4 of an inch is the measurement on that, but you can do any width you want. And I'm just going to eyeball that kind of like this and trim it to size with my card. And I'm going to mount that down with some adhesive on the bottom, like that. Okay, And I do want to, on the tool, I am going to, I think, tie it around, but the black I'm just going to mount. So I'm going to start by just mounting that ribbon like this. And if I overshoot it, sometimes I do that where I overshoot it and got to peel back that adhesive, no big deal. You can also, a really great adhesive for use with ribbon is glue lines. Not glue dots, but glue lines. We have them on our website. It's a really great way to stick down ribbon. And especially like the grosgrain ribbons, the thicker ribbons that don't really want to stick so well, want to come back up. So I've got that down. I'm just going to trim the ends and just like that and just like this. Easy, easy. Now with this tool, I kind of want to wrap it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the spine of my card, I'm going to come back to my paper trimmer, and I'm just going to slice a little hole in it so I can feed it through. So you got to have to eyeball that and be really careful. Just like that. Just a little bit of a hole. And that's where I'm going to feed my tool through. So let me take that. Can you see the little hole I made right here? I'm going to put that through. And this is going to be a trick, huh? But if it was easy, everybody would do it, right? There we go. Have them come through the back side just like that. Okay, so I've got it. I'm going to center it kind of like this. I'm going to tie my little bow like that. And the nice thing about tulle too, it goes a long way. It's a great embellishment ribbon because it's so inexpensive to purchase and it goes a long way. And I use a lot of it at the holidays on my Christmas packages. It's just really fun. Oops, I got a little thread. Not good. Let's get him out. Okay, so that's my little embellishment on the bottom. I'm going to mount my flowers. Let's do that. I'm going to use my pop squares to do that. Actually, let's get my sentiment down first, shall I? You can do it up here. You can do it down here. It's really kind of up to you. I think I'm going to do mine up here, and I am going to pop him up because I like popping stuff up. I think it really looks good when it's all kind of dimensional, not super dimensional, but slightly dimensional. So I'm going to do that. So I've got that. Then I'm going to get these flowers down as well and pop those up too. I hope you guys are having a fun, relaxing time. It's so nice to just crank out these cards. The Slimline thing is just fun because it's just, I have so many, I don't know how I ended up with 4 million legal envelopes. Honestly, I have so many. And now I never, like when it was regular card size, you were always like, do I have an envelope? A lot of times different kits I would purchase. They wouldn't come with an envelope, which is one of my pet peeves. Whenever I would do an expo class, I always made sure you had the envelope because I hated it when I had all these cards and no envelopes and it was so hard. But with this new Slimline size, you have so many envelopes at your disposal. So I've got 2 of the smaller flowers and 1 of the bigger ones. So I'm going to start with the small guy. I'm going to put him maybe like here. Then the big guy's going to be in the middle like this. And this is going to be like the flower is kind of falling down the card. Like that. I'm going to scoochy him up more. There we go. Like that. Okay, so that's down. Now I want to embellish him a little bit. So I have my stickles. Some of you may have more of a glimmer color. Some of you may have a sunflower or a gold color. Either way, this is just adding a bit of shimmer. Now, if you aren't into dimensional stickles, another option you can do is to use a sparkle marker. This was not in your kit, but this is available on the website. And this just adds a little bit of shimmer that you can brush on. So you could do that, or you can use the glitter glue in your kit. I'm going to start by adding centers to my flowers like that. And this will need to dry quite a while. The question I get a lot is how long do stickles need to dry? And my answer to you is it's a lot like nail polish. If you do 1 coat, it dries pretty quick. Couple coats takes longer. If you're 5 coats into it and you smudged one of them on the way out of the salon and they had to take it off and put all 5 coats on at the same time, that nail's going to take like an hour, right? So it really depends on how much you use, how thick it is, how big the dollop, and those are the things that will dictate how long it takes. I've heard of people speed drying their stickles with a heat tool. Yeah, I mean, but again, it's like nail polish. You put it under the little dryer and your top coat's dry, but if you touch it, it's a little bit like a cake that got the crust looks good, but inside it's still kind of liquidy. It didn't cook all the way through. So just kind of resist temptation, leave it alone, don't touch it, and let it really dry. And the great thing about stickles and all the glitter glues, first of all, there's about 50 colors that we have on our website. There's a color for everything. I'd say the most popular is probably crystal. That's the one a lot of classes you take will call for crystal. It really kind of takes on the color of the project. It's very opalescent. That's probably the most popular, but there's so many colors. And I mean, I like glitter. I like bling. I just don't like it everywhere. I don't like wearing it. I don't like it on my face. In my hair, you know, and anything bulk glitter and bulk embossing powder, I feel like it just gets everywhere. So this stuff is great because it dries, it's dry, it doesn't come off. And as simple as that, you've got your Slimline card. Look at that. I could even use the sentiment. Well, there's a different sentiment you could put on the inside, or just keep it blank to write a fun note to your friend. Easy as that. I hope you enjoyed putting this together. And you can use your stamp set, change out the colors and do a whole host of cards in different color tones using the same supplies. So let's talk about some other fun Slimline type items that you can use with your Slimline card making if you're as obsessed with Slimline cards as me and so many other people. Our website, shopbecreative.com, we've got a whole host of Slimline card dies from Pink Fresh Studios. If you have ever worked with Pink Fresh, you know they're all about quality, and I think that's what sets them apart from all the other die companies out there, particularly for Slimline dies. They've just got some really great, this is just a few, I pulled 4 just to show you. We have so many more than that, but just so many really unique, intricate cuts with embossed edges to really give you some fun edges to your cards, things that will cut away. I mean, these are just so pretty. This particular one is a slim edger, and a whole host of stamps and other things. So that is one. Another thing I really like are sentiments that can be die cut. So here's a few from Gemini, which is a Crafter's Companion brand, that are all just really great embossed and cut sentiments. And these are actually all on a red hot sale on our website. And we have put all of this in the Mega Make and Take Slimline category at the top of our website at Shop Be Creative, so you can easily find it. So smile, hello, and you can see how it'll kind of halo it, emboss it, and die cut it. Blessed, celebrate, thanks, and so many others that are on there that will make for great pop-up sentiments on your cards. So that's really fun. These 3 are just real winners because these also give you the stamps that coordinate. So they're stamps with lots of sentiments, in addition to the big focal sentiment, along with the die cut that coordinates. So you're going to get in there, and actually we have these on sale as well. You're going to get in there the die, you're going to get the stamp, you're going to get a lot of little sentiments and some little icons and things to embellish, to piece together, to do these fun backgrounds. Here's love, here's thanks, and here's sorry, which you can take in a lot of different directions. Like this one is sorry for your loss, but there's also sorry I missed your birthday, sorry to hear you're not feeling well, that kind of thing. So lots of different directions you can take these as well. So we're going to use this Hero Arts fancy die. We've actually done a whole kit where you're going to get the die, a snow marker, a little sparkle marker, and let's throw something else in there too. We're going to throw in some more foam squares. That's a whole kit we've got going here. So you can just do this at home with this little kit. We've made it super, super affordable to get into this project. Okay, so we've got that. So what I did is I took this die and I cut out the Santa twice using my die cut machine. I cut it out on white. This is going to be my tag. Let me cut him down just a tad here, like this. So this is going to be my tag that I'm going to put on all my gifts with a little bow. But then I cut it out on this red shiny paper because I want to take the hat and put that on there as well. So let's pop this hat out. How I'm going to do this, it's die cut, but it's kind of like pieced together, if that makes sense, because it's supposed to be one piece that doesn't pop out. So I am going to have to make this work to get this hat out of here, and I'm going to have to kind of trim him along the hat line like this. Just like that. And then he will be adhered. Oops, I don't need the little bow. So I'm going to get my, if I had a glue pen, that might be a better choice, but just for now, I'm just going to stick a little adhesive, and then the hat is going to go on here. Now again, it's like a dimensional die cut, so it's meant to be like where you can pop them up, but it's like a pop out. And then these beard pieces also pop up when you're done. So I've got my flesh tone marker, and I'm just going to, whoops, sorry about that. And we're just going to get his skin tone down on here. Here and there and everywhere, yeah. Just like that. There we go. So Santa has a little bit of a face. Like that. And now it's time for us to puff up his beard. And I'm going to use my handy dandy snow marker for that. I'm going to add lots of snow to his beard. So I'm going to color. So tap, tap, tap. Here, there, everywhere. Get some snow, and just know when you heat this, it's going to heat unevenly, which is what you want. You want it to be fluffy like fur, snow. This is good for popcorn, bathtub bubbles, all that good stuff. So get all of that on there. Let's get his little mustache. And again, it's slightly perforated so you can pop that out too. So I think I have enough on there. So I've got my heat tool. And no, a hairdryer is not going to do it. It doesn't quite get hot enough. So I've got my heat tool that I'm going to hit on there. And I need to be patient because when my heat tool hasn't been used for a while, it does take a minute for it to heat up. Ooh, fun, fun. Ooh, it's hot. It's warm. Gonna hit that. Can you kind of see it starting to pop up? There we go. I'm going to hit it with some more snow, I think. Lots more on there. I want to make him nice and thick. Oh my goodness, how fun is that? And then lastly, I'm going to take my little sparkly marker that I showed you before. This has all the shimmer and it dries real quickly. And I'm just going to add some sparkle here, there, and everywhere. And it's just going to add a little bit of a bling to my Santa tag, just like that. Now I can go through and I can pop up his little beard pieces to give him dimension. Oops, just like that. And oh my gosh, what a cute and charming little Christmas tag that would be put onto a present. Look how adorable. So thanks for joining me today. I hope you had a good time making a couple things and learning about a couple things. And I hope to see you online at shopbecreative.com. Remember, we've got everything in the category Mega Make Take Slimline to make it easy to shop with you. And stay tuned for our show specials. And we hope to see you in person real soon. Hello there, my name is Karen and I am from Be Creative. So looking at some of the goodies like I did for Halloween, I did this kind of a little treat bag. I did, what else? I did this is a cookie goodie bag. And when I'm stamping on like this bag here with the acetate and you're doing gift giving, you do want to use something that's like a StazOn, which is more of it's an alcohol or a solvent-based ink, so it'll stick on some of those acetates and cellophane and things like that, because your water-based, your mementos and all that will not stick. So that is important. What else? I've got this little treat box here. I kind of stuck him down. Cute little treat box like that. 'Tis the season, all kinds of fun stuff. So what is this I am showing you? Let's get into that. I'm going to start with a couple samples here. Here's some more samples for you. Look how fun that is. So you can do lots of stuff. I mean, we're doing so much more now, trying to connect in other ways with our neighbors and our teachers and things. We're all virtual, but thinking about gift giving as we get into the holiday season. This would be a really fun way to personalize something you want to give somebody that is special to you. Here's a couple other samples too. This is kind of fun. All these little treats that you can do in either mason jars. You can do treat bags, glassine bags, all kinds of ideas. If you have any other ideas to share with people, drop that in the comments too. We love extra ideas. I'm a big fan of hot cocoa mix, so that is something I'm going to be doing for lots of people I know. Our bundle board, look at that. So this particular bundle set you'll find, yes, you can get these stamps and dies separate on our website. They're available individually. There's one for like the fruit muffins, the hot chocolate, the chocolate chip cookies. It's got the recipe that you can stamp. I just want to drink hot chocolate and watch Christmas movies, all kinds of stuff. But this is a big bundle we put together where we're going to include the treat boxes, those green boxes, and the red treat bag. And you're also going to get some of these guys to go on all your treats. So that's one big bundle, or you can get the stamps as a bundle, those three, or you can pick them individually. So I'm super excited about that. I think these will be really, really popular. I know I just fell in love when I used them. So I wanted to mention that. So let's get into the other thing I'm really excited about. Let's move this out of the way. And that's going to be from Hero Arts. They're another company I really love. These two stamps are just absolutely phenomenal. They are, you can use them just as regular stamps. When we're coloring them in, you can use a water-based marker if you're not an alcohol marker colorist. And some recommendations I had that I was starting to touch on earlier are the aqua markers from Spectrum Noir. This is a water-based marker that looks like this. You're getting a juicy brush tip on there, and then you're getting that fine point as well. And that you can either stamp with black and color it in, or you can color the stamp, color to rubber, not rubber, but you can color right on the stamp it down to get a colored outline. So that's an option. Another great thing I would recommend if you're really getting into stamping and haven't done a lot, this particular set from Tombow we have up. It's a watercolor set, but basically it's a water-based marker that is perfect. It's got a brush tip and a fine point for coloring in any type of stamped image. It also comes with the black. Like sometimes you stamp and you miss a little section because you didn't press hard enough. Instead of throwing it away, you can correct that with a permanent black ink pen. There's a water brush in there, pencil, eraser, and all kinds of tips and tricks. So that would be a great complement to any stamping projects you're getting into. So now what's so exciting about these? Well, it's because you can do other stuff with it. Here's some samples. Look at that. Look how cute. So the one thing I didn't get to do yesterday that I really want to do is to make an advent calendar. Can you imagine doing these presents or these ornaments and making an advent calendar where every day was a different window? So how do we get, here's one I made yesterday, how do we get that little pop open type effect with these two different stamp sets? Well, that is achieved by, here, I'll move this here and I'll move this here. That is achieved by using the infinity dies. Here are the 4 different dies. Obviously, the circle and the square are the ones you're going to use with the presents or the ornaments. And what's special about these aren't just nesting dies. One edge is going to be a score edge and the other 3 are a cut edge. So it allows you to do that open window thing. So if I were to do this in, say, my Gemini machine over here, I would make my sandwich and I could just use the grid mat. And I should mention, if you need Gemini plates, we've got all of that. So you can lay out and kind of, that's what I did for this piece. I figured out which ones I was using. I put them down backwards, knowing I would cut it out with my, paper face down, and you can put whichever ones you want, run it through your machine, and it's going to do score line and 3 cut lines. So really fun and easy card to do. I embellished with a little stickles. What else did I use? I used my gold paint pen. So back to our infinity dies, 4 different styles there. And yes, you could start peekaboo windowing all kinds of stuff. I'm just a huge fan. I think it would be quite fun. Oh, and back to this sample. How else did I embellish that? Some of my favorite pens are my Uniball Signos. We do have these in a bundle on the website or individually. I have 2 white in there. I don't know why. This is great. When I stamp and I kind of boo-boo and you make a mistake or you smudge, I use my white pen as kind of like a fake whiteout, and I'll color over the smudge and nobody needs to know I boo-booed. So white pen, really great for that. And this is the white pen that works. There's many white pens out there, different brands, that do not work. And this one is the good one. Also gold and silver. So I used a touch of gold, a touch of silver. We'll write on those dark papers really in an opaque way. It's not transparent. It'll really show up. So you can do stitching. There's also black, red. So these are phenomenal. If you haven't used Uniball Signo, I highly recommend. Some more peekaboo stuff if you thought this was kind of fun for every day. We have a whole host of peekaboo stuff from Hero Arts. They have some really great things. So here's like a Thanksgiving feast. We have presents, we have mail, we have the Venetian window for our neighbors if you're sending a thank you neighbor card, something like that. The winter scene is great for doing an advent calendar with the little peekaboo doors. And what else? Oh, and we have this really fun plant one too. So those are all the peekaboos. You can either do the window peekaboo die that goes with, or you can do the circle. This one really goes with the winter scene specifically, but I think you could kind of make it work with any of them. But this guy definitely works with all of those. So that's a really fun way to go. And then there's these 2 I just wanted to show off too. This, you could do a peekaboo with that. That's the big, like a big birthday with lots of little sentiments that you could put in that peekaboo window. And this has just been a winner too, the little bookcase stamp. So wanted to mention that. So thanks for joining me. If you have any questions, I'll come back through the comments and be sure to answer anything you have. And big thanks for being here, and I'll see you later.
Welcome back, everybody. And Miss Karen did an awesome job with her project again.
Absolutely.
And, we always learn, some great little tips and tricks from Karen. And making this card, she was showing all of our guests how to create, your card base just using an 8.5 by 11 paper. So there's all different ways to create it. There's dies, but gosh, I bet we all have, 8.5 and 11 used to be the paper of the thing. So, but you can also cut it out of a 12 by 12. But I thought that was a really good tip to be able to cut it right out of an 8.5 by 11. I also liked how, this beautiful background on her blending and how she showed, you don't want to blotch it, because, once you blotch it, it's a blotch. So she wanted to make sure that you, go that circular, put it on there, start out before you even touch the card to put that on there. And then the tri-blend markers, gosh, you have 3 pins in one right there. And she, of course, showed the great techniques. And, when she was coloring, don't be afraid, because, she, you got to use your stamp set that was in there that was awesome. And you just fussy cut around, and when you fussy cut, especially with flowers, it can be a little rough. It doesn't have to be, perfect like she showed. And then, doing the ribbon and thing and all the bling, the stickles. Love the stickles, you know, in here. And, you know, you could use any colors in there. So you could actually, for any season, you could do red, white, and blue if you wanted to. So, so thank you for that, Miss Karen. And they have the Pink Fresh dies and the Gemini stamp and die set was what she used. So great, cute project.
So
that's going to go to somebody and make them smile for sure.
I love that. I love it. Yes. So if you visit Be Creative's website, there is just so much amazingness there.
Yes.
As we all know, Be Creative is known for her adhesives, amazing, such as Designer Dries Clear with that fine needle tip. I'm always on the search for that.
Yes.
Everybody always has that in their videos. And I'm like, who makes that? So I was so happy to see that Be Creative is carrying that. There's Tombow, there's Zip Dry, Scrapbook Adhesive, Glue Dots, Score Tape, Crafter's Companion, and so much more. So if you are in the market to find some amazing adhesive to stock up for all of your holiday projects, you're going to want to go here, okay? Also, of course, the Spectrum Noir. I kind of got a little tinkle in my eye when Dave talked about it, because the tri-blends seem, so that's probably on my Christmas list. Because it just seems so, like, neat. You have the 3 in one, you know, and I think what I like about that is you don't have to carry all your Copics when you want to go and color with a friend or something, you know. It's very portable, so that's really amazing. Like Dave was talking about, there's Hero art stamps that are must have. Like she made. I love that advent calendar idea with that stamp set. How cute is that? You could make like a home decor piece. Just get, you know, a frame that you may even have at home, and then make little, you know, the little advent calendar.
That'd be great to wake up to every day, wouldn't it?
And the little peekaboo stamps. I thought that was so cute. And she has such great prices as well. And what I was super duper excited about was the bundles of the hot cocoa bundle. If you go on the website, they were amazing prices. I thought they were so inexpensive. I was like, that would be such a great gift for teachers, you know, people from church. When you know, like a gift that you need to make for a lot of people, or classmates or coworkers, you know, that is so fun. And I love handmade gifts. So go to Be Creative. She has a different options. I think there's 2 different hot cocoa options where you could just buy the dies, or I think there's 3. Then you could buy all of it, or you could just buy like. So look at that, because I thought that was a great buy for right now.
The bundles are so great, and it's such a great deal.
Exactly. So go to Be Creative's website. There's so much more: storage and organization, tools, stickles. Oh my goodness, stickles in every color, and so they're a great price. So
and those are so easy to use.
Yes, like you were saying for the cards. So. Right now, 20% off all adhesives using coupon code NOV20GLUE, and that offer expires on November 24th. Also, 20% off all stamps and dies using coupon code NOV20STAMPDIE, and that also expires on November 24th. Free shipping on orders over $59. So
there you go.
It's a great run to Be Creative and ask for your Christmas gift right here, because it's awesome.
Click and go to Be Creative.
Yes, exactly.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Miss Karen and Be Creative. And next we have a really cute Slimline card from Peddler's Den. So we'll be back.
Good morning, everybody. This is Tanya Weekly coming to you from Peddler's Den, and we have a really fun project for you today. We're going to show you how to make dramatic clouds of snow using Peddler's Den stencils. Now, if you have pre-purchased the kit, you got one of these. It includes your instructions. It includes one cloud stencil. It includes one snow stencil. It includes rubber. Now, for those of you who may not be familiar with using unmounted rubber, you need to trim them, and the best way to trim them is with a scissors that looks much like this. This is the Kai brand. It's one of the brands that we sell, but the best scissors for really trimming your rubber closely are going to look a lot like this. They're going to have a short, really sharp detail blade so that you can really trim your rubber close. Now, if you look at mine, I'm going to lay it here on the darker paper so you can see. If you look at mine, you can see that I have trimmed very, very, very close, and I've even jogged in a little bit. I imagine that at some point in your stamping career, you have had either cling foam or wood-mounted stamps that you tend to get ink on the edges of the excess rubber. No matter what you do, you get ink there. You're forever trying to watch it and wipe it off. One of the beauties of unmounted rubber is that we no longer have that problem. If you ink this up and you stamp it and you have a little bit of extra ink here on the edge, you just go back with your scissors and you just trim that a little closer. Problem solved. So I trim my rubber very, very closely. It avoids problems in the future. Now, because this is a work-along, and because it may be new to some of you, we have done part of the work for you to try to make this easier. This is a practice blank. We've done all of the stamping for you, so that you can use this just to practice your technique on your clouds and your snow. This is our Peddler's Den 100-pound coated two-side semi-gloss paper. It's our best-selling paper. So what that means is that the back side is the same finish as the front side. So if you screw this up, you can always flip it over and you've got a brand new piece of paper that you can work on. So this is meant to be your practice. My thought process behind this was, if you're trying to work quickly and you're trying to work with me, you don't want to screw up your final project. So this is a practice one for you. Now, you can always just practice your technique on the back before you flip it over and you begin on the front of this. When we get to the actual project, we have taken the liberty of pre-stamping our birds and our rocky shore. Now, our rocky shore image is one of our original images, and it is our best-selling image. So I didn't want to build the price of this into the kits when many, many, many of you already own this image. However, if you're new to our line and you love the project or you love the image, this is called Rocky Shore, and you can purchase it on our website. This is our flock of birds. It is also one of our original images. It has appeared in lots of different samples. It's appeared in lots of different kits. Once again, we didn't want to build the price of this into this project because so many of you already own it. And then, of course, you've got your papers and what have you to assemble your project when you're finished. Now I'm going to put this all back away. And we're going to take a quick look at our instructions. You can see that we've given you a photograph of different intensities, and if you own your kit, you can see that this one actually has splattered snow on it. When we splatter our snow, we use the Doc Martens Bleed Proof White with the Tim Holtz Distress Splatter Brush. Some people will tell you to use a toothbrush or something else. Those will work, but I have found this tool to be the best one I have used. It gives me more control, and although you may not be able to see the snow on this one very well because of the video and the colors and what have you, here is a different project that we have used it on. And on this particular one, I wanted to splatter a lot of snow. And you can see that you've got big blobs and you've got little blobs, and you know, for me, it looks very realistic. If you're not familiar with Doc Martens, I don't know what they make this stuff out of. It is water soluble, and yet they call it bleed proof because you can paint it over dye-based ink, or you can splatter it over dye-based ink, and it won't allow the color of the ink to liquefy and bleed through. So that too is available on our website. That's just a variation of what you can do with this project. It isn't actually part of the project, but I like to bring as much value as I can to show you different things that you can do. So let's get started. I am going to take one of my pre-printed blanks, and the first thing we're going to do is we're going to work a little bit on the clouds. Now, there is an add-on kit, and some of you may have purchased it. The add-on kit includes the 3 main colors of ink that we used, and I say the 3 main, obviously you have to have black, but everybody has black, right? This is our Robin's Egg Blue, our Vintage Mauve, and our Granite Gray. These are the other shades we've used. The add-on kit includes a piece of our Grip It and includes one of our round sponges. Now, when I am stenciling clouds and snow, this is the tool that I like to use best. I cut mine into pie-shaped wedges. So you can see that out of one sponge, I'm going to get 6 pie-shaped wedges, which I can then use for 6 colors. And yes, if you're using dye-based ink, you can rinse these out with just plain water sufficiently when you're finished so that you can use them with slightly different colors later. Having said that, I do try to keep yellow just for yellow, and some of my lighter colors, I try to keep them dedicated to just the one color. Now, I'm going to flip, no, I'm not going to flip that one. I'm going to take a different piece of paper, and I am going to demonstrate a little bit about these cloud stencils. If you purchase the stencil package, you get several different cloud patterns. For the purposes of this particular project, you get just the one. Now, if I want to really control where I'm putting my color, I pinch this, which makes this surface area very small. If I want to put a wider tone down, I let it loose and I use the whole large surface. We're going to do both. So I'm going to show you how I'm going to pick up some blue, and you're going to feel like you don't have a lot on there. And my clouds are, we don't want them to line up in straight lines, so I'm going to tip this a little bit, and I'm going to concentrate some of the color right along the edge. Now, I tell people when I'm doing this, many times I get more color on the plastic than I do on the paper. But when you move this away, you see that, you know, even though it doesn't look like there's much ink on that, you get quite a lot of ink. Now I'm going to pinch it again, but this time I'm going to shift this over a little bit and I'm going to slant it. And I'm going to come along and I'm going to try to do the same thing. I'm trying to concentrate the deepest color in the deepest crevices of the stencil. Okay, is this beginning to look like clouds already? Now, even with only one stencil, if you wipe this surface off, because it has ink on it, and flip it over, it still changes up the pattern a little bit. You can make your clouds any shape you want. I like to mix it up. I don't want my clouds to look like they're marching across the sky in straight little lines. You can make very wispy clouds, or you can add a lot of color to make them deep and dramatic. Every single time I do this, it's a little bit different. Okay, so you're getting the idea here. Now, if I want to go back and add just a little more tone, I'm going to reposition my stencil, and this time I'm not going to pinch, and I'm just going to add just a little bit of tone. Now look at the difference here to here. Just a little extra tone. I'm going to put this here. I'm just going to add a little bit. And this is one of those techniques that if you try to control it too much, you're going to have trouble. You have to more or less be willing to let the art take you where it wants to go. So hopefully you can see that we're getting some tone in there. See how that looks? I hope you can see it. I know that my studio lights tend to wash the color out a little bit. Now, for the purposes of this tutorial, we're going to switch over to our vintage mauve. Now, this is looking pretty good, and you can make beautiful clouds using just one color. You can make the deep tones, and you have the light tones, but today we're going to add some of our vintage mauve. Now, if you're at all familiar with the color wheel, you know that when you combine a pink and a blue, you get lavender. So we're going to pick some of this up, and we're going to bring some pink across here in an effort to get some deep lavender tones. Can you see the difference there? Now this is beginning to create drama. And if you take the time, you can use several different colors, and you can make your clouds lots of different patterns and textures. I do recommend that you try to leave a little bit of white. A little bit of white just along the edges tends to really enhance it. And you don't want things to look too uniform, because things in nature really aren't uniform. So you see where I'm going with this? Okay, so now I'm going to do the same thing. I'm gonna not pinch my sponge. I'm going to let it pop open, and I'm just going to come back, and I'm just going to add just a little bit of tone. I don't want to lose all of my white, but I want just a little bit of tone. And of course you can control that a little more if you want to pinch it. But this is the technique for creating the clouds. There's lots of cloud stencils out there. Most of them are very, very straight edged and very, very loopy, which in my opinion is less realistic. In your kit today, you have one cloud pattern. When you purchase the big stencil, it includes 1, 2, 3, 4 patterns like this, and it also includes a cloud bank, which of course this gives you a totally different look. But if you like what we're doing here, it's fun to have all the different profiles, because that way your clouds really do have different shapes and what have you. I'm going to see if I can bring this up a little closer to the camera so that hopefully you can get a little better look at it. Like I said, I have studio lights, and I know the studio lights do wash things out a little bit. I don't know if you're getting a lot of glare or not. But let's just take a quick look at some of the ones that I have done. We're going to take a look at this pair. You can see that these are tighter clouds, and they don't have as much drama because they don't have as much deep tone. Over here, this cloud is spaced more loosely, and I have put a lot more depth, a lot more drama in it because I've added more dark tones. Likewise, when we get to the snow, you know, here I have used a lot of the deep gray, and it gives you a more drama. Over here we've used less of that, and it's a little more wispy and a little bit lighter. There is no end to the fun that you can have with this technique and these stencils. It just goes on and on forever. You can try different color combinations. One of my favorite ones that I've done is this one, and it's kind of big. I'm gonna turn it like this. It is wrapped in cellophane. I just pulled it off of an artboard. But I used one of Creekbank Creations' Slimline scallop dies. And I got to tell you, I really like the scallop shape on this. You probably will notice that the trees just kind of cascade down, almost wrap around, and then I planted one up here too. I love the composition of the Slimlines using the ovals. So this die set is available from Creekbank if you like the oval format better. So now we're going to move over to our real project, and we are going to start working on it. So I'm going to go back to my blue sponge. Now, if you like this and you want to do more of it later, the birds and the shoreline can be put in either first or last. I tend to put the shoreline in first because I like to define my horizon line. I like to know where the sky is supposed to end and where it meets the ice. And I'm going to kind of go through this quickly because we've already done a tutorial with this. And instead of going back and adding tone, you'll see me pinching, doing the deeps, and then letting it loose and adding some tone. That's a little bit of a time saver if you want to do it that way. But if you ever want to go back and add more colors, or you ever want to go back and add a little more drama and depth, you just line those stencils back up and go again. The inks that we're using are our Making a Scene inks. Our ink line is a little different than most, even though it's just an ordinary dye ink line, because we have designed our colors in color families. So you can use them very similarly to how you would be taught to use alcohol markers like Copics. You can blend and mix, and you've got your color families to work with. We have a lot of the very, very pale colors, which again, if you work much with Copics or those techniques, you probably have already realized that the most valuable colors are the lightest ones. And not everybody actually has those. Let's see. Let's do a little skinny over here. Like I said, every single time I do this, it's a little bit different. And that is what makes it so addictive. Now, when I get down to the bottom here, I didn't want to mask. So when I got down to the bottom here, you can use a paper towel, you can use a stencil, but you kind of want to keep the ink off of the shoreline here and just kind of dab a little bit of color in. Something like that. Now, going back to these samples, you will see that on this one I've just faded it right down to the rocky shore and I've left it. On this one I tried to concentrate a little more of the pink near the horizon line. Those are fine details that you can do whichever way suits you best. So I am going to set my ink pad aside, go to my mauve, grab my other sponge, and we're going to go back up and we're going to kind of do this again. And it doesn't have to be real defined, and you don't want each one to look exactly the same. That's part of the beauty of trying to have a more realistic pattern, more realistic clouds, is that they don't all look exactly alike. We have variance. I tend to like my edges to be just a little bit darker. So sometimes you'll see me working on that a little bit. I'm going to pinch this a little harder. And I am really getting most of my ink right now on the plastic because I'm trying to do some real deep lavender tones in the crevices here. Then I'm going to let this pop open a little bit. And it does, you don't have totally pinched and totally open. I mean, you can adjust this by pinching to whatever level you want. And some of these things I do unconsciously. I try to mention it as I'm making these videos. So some of you may have liked the blue by itself better. And if you do, then, you know, by all means, this is your scene. So do it whichever way suits you best. If you're at all familiar with the color wheel, it will help you better understand what colors to layer, what colors to combine to get the results that you're hoping for. Let's see, this one I think I did, I started, yep, I did. I started like here. And then I extended it over here like this. See, most of the time I don't use the entire width of the stencil. Most of the time I'm only using little pieces of it to get different patterns and to create different angles. Okay, now we're going to try to come down here on the bottom. And I'm just going to kind of, instead of tearing paper towels, I'm just going to kind of add this to give me a little bit of a template. And I'm not pinching right now. I'm just laying down a little bit of tone. So what do you think? Oh, it's not bad. Now, I think I'm going to put my ice skater in because that will help define where I can put my snow. I don't want to run out of room for my ice skater. So I'm going to take my ice skater and I'm going to ink her up. And this is a freshly cut stamp, so sometimes your brand new stamps don't accept the ink real well. So I'm always inking and then examining and inking and examining and making sure I don't have excess ink on the edges. And then most of the time I actually practice to see if I've got a pretty even amount of ink. And tap, tap, tap very, very gently. I don't want to rock. That'll get me ink on my edges. Now, we have an ice skating skiing set, and if you are interested in other patterns or other ice skaters or whatever, you may want to take a look at it on our online catalog. I always press straight down. I try not to rock. Sometimes, of course, I make a mistake. And I give the ink time to migrate from the stamp to the paper. All right, so now I have a better idea where I can put my snow. So I'm going to take my snow pattern, and you can use blue. You can, make your snow pattern blue. You can use gray. You can use whatever you want. Today we are using granite gray, and I'm going to pinch this again because I want to really kind of control the amount of ink that's going on here. And I am putting more ink on the stencil than I am on the paper. Your eye will complete patterns pretty easily if you put the suggestion out there. Okay, so there is a suggestion of snow. I hope you can see it with the studio lights. Now, even with my snow, snowbanks tend to drift in different ways. So I don't want everything to look the same. So again, I'm only using part of the stencil here. But I'm going to come across here and try to have a slightly different pattern. You can always go back and add more. Remember that. We can always reapply our stencil, and we can always go back and add more color. So I tend to build up a little bit gradually, make sure I like where I'm going. Something like that. Let's see, how about something like that? You can see that this is not an exact science at all. This should be very relaxing. This should be something you don't have to sit here and think about. Okay. Maybe something like that. And I think I'm going to kind of leave it at that for the moment. Now I can come back and I can add my trees. I can put them right over the stenciled portion. So we're going to ink this up. And the first one I want to be over here on the edge. And if you can tell, I'm actually slanting this off the paper. I'm actually slanting it off the paper here. Press firmly. Try not to rock. Okay. I like to lay my stamp rubber up, and I like to tap on it unless it's a tiny stamp. Now we can use the same tree but lower to come over like this. Okay? Ink this up again. Let's see. Now, if you use just a small amount, it kind of looks like a bush or brush. So we're going to put some of that down here on the bottom. And we're going to just kind of overstamp that a little bit. Okay, not bad. All right, let's go ahead and let's put our deer in. Now the deer is a pretty small image, and this again is a brand new cut stamp, never been inked, and so I want to make sure, you know, I examine it, and you can see that there is still red showing through, which is not uncommon with a brand new stamp. We want to make sure we get the ink to adhere. And then I always like to practice it on practice paper. Make sure that it's looking pretty good. Now my concept when I designed this was that you've got the figure skater out here skating around by herself, and you got the deers here, and one of them is kind of looking at her. So that's why I positioned her slightly to the left and the deer slightly to the right. Now you can just plop these deers almost anywhere. And there they are. Okay, so you have the little ice striations that help to show the ice. And we want to scatter some of them around on the ice. Now, because the skater is a solid, you can actually go right over her. Now, we have the small patterns here. If you stamp this over and over and over, it begins to look like maybe you just stamped it over and over and over. But you can rotate it around so that here the short one is on top, and here we're going to actually cross her body, and the short one's going to be on the bottom. I'll flip this around a little bit. You want to try to keep them all more or less parallel. And you can add as much or as little of this as you want to. It just suggests that there is ice there. All right, now I'm going to go back and I'm going to see about adding a little bit of blue to my snow. So I'm going to go back and find my blue sponge. And of course I have the stencil here. And I'm going to try to line this back up a little bit. And there we go. We have a little more drama on our snow there. Can you see that? I always have to find where. There we go. Line your pattern up. There we've got some more drama. All right, so that doesn't look quite finished. So you can take either your gray or your blue, depending on whether you want more blue tones or whether you want just more gray. And now we can go back and we can add just a little bit of tone. And again, you actually do want to leave some pure white, especially in snow. If you want to put your stencil on to do this, you can. It'll help you preserve that white. But see, now we're getting more of a gradation of color. This one I always have to, there it is. I always got to find the right contour. But see how that begins to, with the different values, it begins to really give it some dimension. But you don't want to cover your white up, especially on your snow. And like I said, I am pretty fond of having my edges just a little darker. So you'll see me working on the edges just a little bit to deepen them a little bit. I think I want just a little bit more up here. And let's see which. Now the ice itself is going to have a little bit of tone. So now I'm just kind of coming across the ice. You can do this with gray, you can do this with blue, but by toning this a little bit, it makes your white snow look whiter. See how that works? Now let's compare it a little bit. Let's compare what we've got here to some of the ones we've done before. Okay, so if you're looking at the snow here, I've actually added more tone here. I actually added a hint of the pink, and we can do that too. I tried to leave the ice just, you know, a little plainer because we like that contrast. Our clouds today are brighter. This must have been a more overcast day because we have a little more brightness to our clouds today. But I hope by now you're kind of seeing how you have a lot of control over how this really plays out. I'm going to grab a little bit of my mauve, and I'm going to come back and work on my snow a little bit more. I'm going to add a little bit of mauve. And I'm not leaving it wide open, but I'm not pinching it tight. I'm just trying to put just a little bit of tone down. It's almost like there's a little bit of reflected light going on here. But throughout all of this, the thing that is consistent is that, excuse me, I have a vocal cord problem, and lots of talking dries them out and makes me want to cough. So what do you think? Did that hint of pink help a little bit? You can use any colors you want. If you want to put a little bit of pink in the ice, you can. I think I'm going to come back and put a little bit of blue in the ice. And this is just ever so lightly toning it. And a lot of the purpose of this is to make that snow look brighter and whiter. Remember, I said you can always go back. So I'm going to come back here and I'm going to add just a little bit of gray along this edge. I don't think it's quite as defined as what I want. I'm going to pinch hard because I want to control this. And there you have it. So what do you think? Now, if you want to color the rocks, you can. My concept is that they have snow on them. And so, you know, most of the time I leave them white, or I may put a little reflected color on them. But like I said, my concept is that there's lots of snow piled up on them. So you can you can take a little glitter and you can add to it. You could work with Doc Martens Bleed Proof White if you wanted to. But at the end of the day, I really kind of like what I got here. And this is what we have here. Now, one thing I like better about this composition is I added more of the trees and the brush. So what we're going to do is we're going to, instead of doing a formal mask, I tore a paper towel. And I'm going to lay it right here, which kind of echoes that hump. And then I'm going to come back and I'm going to add some more trees or bushes, whatever you want to imagine this, the bare branches anyway. So let's put them right about here. And there you have it, kind of growing up out of the snowbank or behind the snowbank. And I think maybe we could use a little more in the front here. So let's put a little bit here. I think that improved the composition. In some cases, you might even put some branches in the upper corners as if the tree branches are are hanging over the viewer's window here. In your kit, it shows several different versions of this. Each and every one of them is using exactly the same technique. And then, of course, we used a lavender mat because we're trying to create lavender tone. And we kind of felt like the lavender mat just kind of pulled that all together. And then we're using our chambray blue cardstock. Now, if you have a kit and you have loved this and you want to make more, we do sell what we call a paper pack. The paper pack is available for purchase on our website. You'll get 10 each of the chambray blue, 10 each of the orchid layer, and 10 each of the 100-pound coated two-side semi-gloss cardstock. This project is designed to be used with just a standard business envelope. So we did not include envelopes in any of the kits. It's not in the project kit, and then it's not in the Slimline paper kit either. You can get just a standard business size envelope, and this will work fine with it. Now, we do have a discount code. So those of you that are watching, there is a discount code. So I have printed this out so that you can refer back to it. Our website is www.peddlersden.com. The coupon code for this event is PDSLM20. And if you shop our website and you use that discount code, it will give you 20% off of regularly priced kits and the Making a Scene stamps. We also have other company stamps on there that are not subject to the discount. But you'll get 20% off of kits and the Making a Scene stamps. The coupon code will expire December 1st. Now, if you've enjoyed this, I encourage you to follow us on Facebook. We have a private Facebook group called Making a Scene Rubber Stampers. We would love to have you join. Of course, we have a business page, Peddler's Den. From our website, you can subscribe to our e-news. We promise we don't fill your inboxes. During the time we have lots going on, you might get 2 or 3 emails in a month, and then you might go 2 months and not get any. I don't believe in filling up everybody's inbox, so you don't have to worry about that, and we never share our list with anybody else. We are primarily known as scenic stampers, but our stamp line is suitable for all kinds of non-scenic or more traditional stamping as well. We have a lot of samples. We have kits that are designed to appeal to people who really don't want to do masking or scene building. So we encourage you to check those out. We do have a YouTube channel. I didn't add that to the to the sign here. I'm sorry. But our YouTube channel is www.youtube.com/C/Peddler's Den Making a Scene. Now, Making is M-A-K-I-N. And normally we do M-A-K-I-N apostrophe. But here's the deal. We are a small mom and pop company. We manufacture our own stamps and other things. I would love to hear from you. You can always reach out to me. You can email me at Tonya, T-O-N-Y-A, @peddlersden.com. Or better yet, you can pick up your telephone and call me. The office number is 815-498-3429. I usually answer, but when I don't answer, my husband answers. And I love to hear from my customers. If you've got questions or if you can't find something, please call me. I love to hear customer feedback. I love to hear from my people, and I would love to hear from you. So thank you for joining me today. I'm not sure where to put all of this. I guess I'll just do it like this. Thank you for joining me today. Once again, my name is Tanya Weekly. I am with Peddler's Den, and I hope to hear from all of you soon. Thank you. Goodbye now.
Welcome back, everybody. And Peddler's Den, I was just telling Vicki that this adorable, the cards that she did with the ice skating remind me of back home. We literally used to ice skate on farm ponds. The background almost looked like it, with the trees and everything. So, but I loved the tips, and I guess I never knew this tip before, because everybody, they're always wondering about the red rubber and how to cut around it, and there are some specific scissors that you use to get that close cut, and I didn't know that. So see, we're always learning here.
Right.
And I also like the tip that said, after you trim it, and she was talking about if you get that overrun of ink, that you need to cut it a little bit closer. So thought that was a great, just a great tip. But when she used this really nice heavy cardstock, it was 100-pound cardstock, which is a nice heavy, especially for the Slimline cards. But when she was doing the technique of making these clouds, I was just sitting there going, holy shebango,
Mm-hmm.
That's my favorite thing. But, and she just, she made it look so easy, but my gosh, it's just beautiful. And, stamping the, I call it the twigs at the bottom.
Right.
Doing that, I think, just added to it. And it was so, when you look at the card, adding, who would think to add the little birds up there?
Right.
I think that just kind of finished it, kind of, you're supposed to your eyes are supposed to draw down in threes. So, so I just love the card, and I love the blue. For some reason, blue is my new Christmas color because I'm just loving it. So,
cool.
So thank you. I loved the tips for creating the cards, and love the tip on cutting red rubber, because I have some of these at home too, and I want to make sure I do the right thing. So
Exactly, that you cut them right.
yes.
Oh, how cool! Yeah, look at the stencil.
Yes,
that's awesome.
Exactly.
It looks like such beautiful work of art. It's amazing. It's so daunting, when you think about it. You think, oh, I cannot create that, but then she shows how it just looks so doable and easy,
Yes.
So, and if you go to the website, it's a home of the Making a Scene collection.
Yes.
And that's what it is about, is like building that scene that is so beautiful. And I love all different types of card making, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is so truly artistic.
Well, and I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I will.
Yeah.
No, but talking about the scenes, what is nice is, because I think like when you're building a scene, and go back to the Slimline, you're telling kind of your story and what because if I would see, like, I would do this because this did remind me of back home a little bit. So it's building in that, and then you're not stuck to using just like one stamp, like a background stamp or anything like that.
Exactly.
So love it.
So
love it.
Yeah, it's so much beauty on the website. There's such gorgeous stamps. Let me give you a few of the categories. There's African, animals, aquatic, birds, wild, Arctic, Asian, boats, buildings and structures, butterflies and insects, fantasy, utopia world, wood spirits, landscape, religious, plants and flowers. There's seasonal, and there's so much more. Those are just things that I wrote down.
Everything, any stamp, like you said.
Exactly. But on the website, there's different embellishments such as glitters and rhinestones. So you could add all of that to your cards, you know, to your really neat grip it blocks.
Yes.
So I know that was in the add-on.
Yes, if you got an add-on. And the sponges, you know, the other technique, you know, taking that sponge, you know how like people would leave it together and try to use all the corners. Just simply cut it in sixes and you can use it for all your stamps.
So many different colors.
You know, a simple thing right in front of you and
exactly.
Great suggestion.
There was just so much. There's a gallery with just great ideas.
Oh yeah. So
that if you wanted to go and look at some of the scene building, they're there. Yeah. So go to the website, and here is the show special. You're gonna get, using the coupon code PDSLM20, valid on regular priced Making a Scene stamps and kits, and the offer expires on December 1st. 2020. Great. So that's awesome.
That's great.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, and I just love your presentation. You did a great job, and thanks for those tips I get to use too.
Yeah.
So, all right, everybody. Next is this next project is phenomenal as well, and it's from Miss Kim and Jim from Tall Mouse. So we'll be back.
Hi, I'm Kim from Tall Mouse Creative Arts, and welcome to the Slimline Mega Make Take. So today our project is going to be a colored out poetry birthday card and thank you tag. And when I went to go research the project that we're going to do today, I had to go way back into the archives to the 1700s, and I pulled a craft from then, rolled it forward, and applied it to what you guys are going to do today. So we are going to explain that in a little bit more detail in just one moment. In a few moments, Jim's going to come and tilt the camera. We're going to take a look at everything that's in your package into your project kit. Then we're going to look at all the tools we're going to use to make your fun projects. We're going to look at the finished samples, and then I'm going to talk for a few minutes and explain to you a couple more and show you a few more samples. But I'm going to give you a little bit of the history of what you guys are going to be working on today, so you kind of know where it came from. So if you are ready, come on in. Jim's going to tilt the camera. Okay, so in your kit, you had a brown folded bag, and then everybody's going to be working with a little bit different colors today. So your washi tape color is going to coordinate, or should coordinate, with your gelato piece, your gelato stick that you got, as well as 2 colored cardstock. So that was about the only thing that's coordinated, and then you get to pull something from your stash too. So you have 3 8.5 by 11 pieces of paper. You've got a black cardstock, which is going to be the base for both the card and the tag. You've got 2 colored papers, and again, they coordinate as best we could with your gelato stick, so 8.5 by 11. And then you've got 2 printed papers. It's a thicker type of cardstock. So they've got words on it. We're going to be working with one of the birthday, and you get the rest to use for whatever you'd like. And then you've got words of sentiment, and we're going to be using one. And again, you've got the rest. And then when we flip it over to the thank you cards, you're going to use one of the thank yous. You've got an extra one. And then you've got shaped birthday balloons. You've got kind of a magazine print one, and then a repeat of all the sentiments. So you've got quite a bit left over to do whatever you'd like with. So those are our word sheets, is what we're going to call them. And then you've got a Slimline envelope template, which this, guys, it's from Judikins, and you know, they make things that are industrial strength. So this is probably the last Slimline template you're going to buy, because it's going to be indestructible and going to last quite a long time, years and years, probably till the trend is out and back again. So that would be the Slimline envelope template. And then you're going to have 3 pieces in your kit also of die cut tags. And then we sell this particular one. It's called the stitched tag. I wanted to make sure I got that correct. It looks like this. That is the single piece. So you're only going to be using today the large one, but you got all 3 pieces. And this was that is the middle section. And then, you know, when you pop those out, you actually get a different look on that. And then that is the piece that came out of that one. So these 2 pieces you get to do whatever you want with. This is the piece we're actually going to use today. But what came in your kit was 3 different pieces. So that is the stitched tag. And then just a word about tools. Well, we'll get to that right now, and then I'll come back to the stencil tape. Okay, so the tools you guys are going to use, I have my paper trimmer off to the side. It didn't fit in this lovely space. Normal pencil. I use an adhesive tape runner, but you're welcome to use Zig if you'd like to use a 2-way glue or whatever type of glue you like. I do have the tape runner as what I'm going to be using today, so just as a heads up. I have fussy scissors and I have large scissors. Up to you which ones you like. Sometimes I use scissors more than I use my tape or my Fiskars cutter, just personal preference. Inking is up to you. I'm showing black and I'm showing a finger dauber. You can also ink with the edge of your stick, which if that you can kind of see lines on that. I inked with that, so I'll explain to you that in just a bit. You're going to need a black type of marker. Or if you like a different color, that's fine too. I recommend black for what we're doing. And then later on, if you do another project, you can obviously do that. And now you do not want a fine tip like a writing pen. This is about the smallest tip that you want. You can do a larger, broader tip if you like also, but this is the type that I'm using for this particular project. And then a bone folder, I'm showing our Teflon bone folder. That is going to come in handy when we actually do our envelope. And now, okay, so you get 2 choices also on paper. With the paper that we've got here, you get 2. The option is to be making 2 envelopes for both your card as well as your tag, or you can choose one to make an envelope and you can choose one of the papers to do your background if you choose not to go into your stash. Now, if you choose, let's see, one part you do need to have your stash. You want to cut out this background piece behind the word friend and behind this unit of words that says thank you. So that is going to be a 1 by 2 inch and then a 2.5 by 6.5 inch. Now, the other piece is what I'm showing you is the green. I did a contrasting against the pink. You can choose from your stash cardstock. You can use the other piece that we just talked about, or you can do cardstock from your stash or printed from your stash. I specifically did cardstock on this one because I wanted a big contrast on there. If you want to do get ready to start cutting, this green piece that I'm showing you is a 3 by 8 piece. So I'm going to go over the measurements again. I'm going to show you right here. So this would be a 1 by 2 behind the friend, a 2.5 and a 6.5 behind the word thank you, which is going to go on your tag. The green piece is a 3 by 8 if you're going to do it behind the happy birthday. Okay, so that's 3 different cuts or 3 different sizes you're going to cut out. So I'm going to explain to you what our finished pieces look like. We're going to take that black cardstock, and we'll get into the details later, but we're going to use one piece of paper, do 1 cut, fold one side, we're going to make a card, and then the other side's going to be a tag. So happy birthday card. And then on this envelope, I actually used the gelato to put some edging on it. Used it as ink to give it a little bit of dimension. And then you see we're going to do that. So that one can be mailed. You'll be ready to go and send it off. And then on the thank you card, now some people, you guys might want to trim down below, totally fine. I left it like this so it can just be a 1 unit. So this, as you can see, we're only going to use the outside of that 1 piece of die cut. And then on this particular envelope, I did not do any edging. I just wanted you, well, my tape runner went over, but I wanted you to see how it looks like plain with no dimension to it. And again, that guy's going to fit perfectly right in there. Okay, so now if you guys want to figure out your paper, I'm going to, and start cutting and what have you, that would be great. I'm going to explain to you a little bit about the history of colored or blackout poetry. And Jim's gonna tilt the camera. He's gonna move down a little bit. And these samples are a little bit bright and crazy because I wanted it to really show off of the camera. So I'm gonna leave the camera here before I get into the detail of these particular pages, but I wanted to read you guys something. Because in the 1700s, this was actually called redacted poetry. And redacted means all those black lines and you leave the words that you want to show up. So let me read you something. A poet takes a found document, traditionally a print newspaper, and crosses out a majority of the existing text, leaving visible only the words that comprise his or her poem, thereby revealing an entirely new work of literature birthed from an existing one. So think about it, guys. In the 1700s, we didn't have all these lovely craft supplies. All they had was the newspaper, books, or prints, and some sort of inking device. So they did what they could do and use. So I'm going to have Jim switch over to this one. Now, I used alcohol markers, and you can see these prints are very thin, so it is going to bleed through on the back. And many of you have probably done junk journals already, so you guys have already been doing part of this and probably didn't know where it came from. So Jim's coming in close. The page I use says iconology and idle, and so I circled different words, as you can see here. So everything else I blacked out, well, purpled out, and I really wanted it to be a dark paper, dark pen on the paper, so it really do a big contrast. I did take my black marker and circled it, and then only called attention to the words that I wanted to. So the words I did on this one were ideal person who ideate reality to imagine the same two differences. Now, I was working with the page that I had, but you guys are getting the concept. And of course, you can scrap and add all different kinds of things there. So I wanted you to come down here and take a look at the difference, just to show how dark that alcohol marker is, but you can use other pens as well. Now, that one is just a solid color I did with circles. And then this particular one, yeah, quit moving. We're all going to get sick. So I did this one, and I just started using a couple of different colors. But you might have seen this on Pinterest in different complete pictures. Can you hit pause? Okay, so Jim's taking a look real close. I'm not sure actually which words I selected on this. I was just picking something to show examples. And then on this particular one too, I was just showing it so it could be turned into something very bright and pop off of the screen. But yep, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are doing junk journals, or if you go ahead and Google, go to Pinterest and take a look at blackout poetry, redacted poetry, colored out poetry, there's a lot of fun samples about what they look like. And now you guys are doing something from several years ago and pulling it into a current trend. And then Jim's going to come on down right here. We're going to take a look at a few more samples. Now today, there's lots of different colors everybody is choosing from, or actually in your kit of the gelatos. We've got every color of the rainbow. Some of you have a more iridescent, some of you have a more pastel palette. So this one I'm going to show you today is elderberry. So it's a light color. And then I'm going to take the lid off so you can see the lines in that right there, because I actually used that as my dauber, and I inked the edges. I inked the edge of the wishing you right here. So just showing you a little different card. I put polka dot background on here. I did the happy birthday, and I did it in the black pen. So happy birthday is what I want to be showing, and in a way I used elderberry to redact everything else. all the rest of the words, but it's light enough to where it gives a nice color sheen and some of the words kind of show. So it's like a partial redaction or partial poetry. And then I pulled out my little half dome studs and just added a little bit of minimalist decor on there, embellishment. So that is using one of the light colors. And then another light color, this one is, oh yeah, buttercream. Yum. That one makes me think of frosting on cupcakes, so buttercream. But it's a nice soft yellow. So again, I turned this guy into a card, and then I found some nice floral background, layered it up with yellow to coordinate with that, and then I did some rhinestones as embellishments, and I chose the sentiment celebrate, and then this is on your guys' card sheet too. And then these particular words, I pointed out hope, dreams, smile, friends. So celebrate, hope, dreams, smile, friends. And then I yellowed out using buttercream all the rest of the words, so they kind of show up. But you can use it with light and dark colors. All right, so there's a few samples. I hope you guys are ready to cut and layer. If you've already cut while I was talking, great. If not, you might want to do that. So we are going to get ready to layer up. And you're going to look at this while we go ahead and flip our table to begin our crafting adventure. Okay, our table has been flipped over and we are prepared to do our crafting adventure. So I've got my paper trimmer out, I've got all my tools. We're going to start over onto the left-hand side. We're going to do some trimming together because we still have a couple more pieces to trim, which I'm going to show you which things we are going to do that. And then we're going to move into the center station where we're going to do the birthday card first. We're going to do an envelope, and then we're going to do our tag, and then we're going to do another envelope, and then we're going to finish up here. So, okay, Jim's going to come in close and then tilt the camera so we can take a look at the details and not my face. Okay, so you guys are going to pull out your cards, these sheets that have the words on it, and if you notice, it's on thicker cardstock. So we're going to begin with our birthday card, but I'm going to show you everything that we're going to cut so that we can get our cutting done and then move on to the more fun part, which is the decor and working with our gelatos. So you've got the sheet right here that says the happy birthday. So you're going to cut out one of these happy birthdays. The end one is obviously the easiest, and then you've got 3 others to do something with. And then the wishing you sentiment that I'm going to use is the bottom one. You've got a couple others to choose from, but I'm going to use the bottom one. And then you also want to cut out the friend. So the happy birthday and the wishing you are going to be for the card right now, and the friend is going to be for the thank you card. And when you cut, you can cut all the way down like that, and then go ahead and trim that and trim that. And if you feel like you need to trim that guy up right there too. So go ahead and get going if you'd like to cut on that one. And then on the next card, we're going to be doing, the tag, it's a thank you. So you have 2 thank yous. You've got the fun birthday balloons. I recommend scissors on those for the next time you're going to do it. And then you've got a magazine mix of words there. So, and then you've got a whole row of sentiments also. You're just going to cut out one of the thank you, and then you've got all the rest of these guys to do whatever you like with. So go ahead and cut out one of the thank yous so we can do the card. You're going to cut out one of the friend because we're going to make that with the thank you and the tag. I keep wanting to call it a card, not a tag. It's a tag card. And then one of the happy birthdays, and then I'm going to specifically use the wishing you. So I'm going to put these guys aside while you can begin your cutting. If you'd like now or you can cut after we do the black cardstock. So you're going to take your handy dandy pencil. You can use your ruler off of your cutter, or a ruler. You're going to measure 7.5 inches and go ahead and put your little slash. This piece is going to be for your tag. So as soon as we cut that, we're going to pop that off to the side. The 7.5 inch piece is going to be folded in half. So you're going to put another dash at 3 3/4, and that's going to be our scoring line. So we want to measure twice, and cut once. So again, it's 7.5. Go ahead and just cut that. And then we're going to do a creasing that guy in half. And then I learned a little trick that I'm almost have to laugh at, because I've been in the industry over 30 years, and when you learn something new, I feel like it just delights you. At least it does me. Okay, so this one I'm just going to show you a little trick while you guys are possibly cutting what you're doing. Okay, this is a little groove right there. You can certainly take your bone folder and do a little crease. Did not know that. I was playing around with this and did that just on a whim. Ended up scoring it. So I created my crease right there and scored it. I just wanted to show you on a totally different piece of paper because I love it when those kinds of things happen. All right, so I'm going to put that paper down, and then I'm actually going to cut this one while you guys are cutting everything else. Again, 7.5 and 3 3/4 is going to be the crease, and the score is what we're going to do. So I'm going to remove my sticky notes, and I'm going to cut this guy right there, and I'm going to move him off to the side because that's going to be our base for the tag. I'm going to turn around and, I was almost going to cut that. I'm going to take my bone folder ever so gently. I'm just going to do it twice right there. And then I'm going to remove my runner or my cutter so I can get rid of that. And then, okay, so I've got a little fold right there. It is scored, but it's not a hard fold. What I'm going to do is fold it over, and I like to call it a soft fold before I actually finalize it to make sure I'm actually folding it where I want it to go. Because sometimes if you do it and then it's cut or it folds crooked, then that's very frustrating. So I'm giving it a soft fold right there before I take the end and give it a more solid fold. So my soft fold is lining it up exactly where I want to make sure when I do it harder, it's going to actually do a nice crease right there. So this is going to become the base now for the birthday card, and then we're going to move on over onto our embellishing and beautifying it in just a moment. So this guy's going to go right there because I have to do everything backwards. Okay, so the birthday card, we're going to start with a dark one. When we go to the tag, we're going to do a light pastel one. So you guys get to see what a dark gelato looks like and a light gelato looks like. And then this one is Nebula, and it's got a really nice glitz turquoise-ish to that, which is really cool. So we're going to use that in just a moment, and then you want to get out your marker pen. Remember, that guy is a nice not fine tip, not a tip like a writing pen, but a nice felt tip size or a broad tip. We're going to use that, and if you want to do your inking, you can certainly do that too. So for this guy, what we're going to need is our happy birthday, and then whatever coordinating paper you chose from your particular stash. I chose, because I'm doing a birthday, I've got a little bit of confetti and spirals in there. And I'm showing you this, it would be the green size. That's the size that we're going to do, which is a 3x8. So if you want to go ahead and cut that particular size out. And then which ones are we actually going to ink? So this is going to be my colored one, which we're going to do this particular color onto this, where we're going to get the colored out poetry. So later I'm going to ink that with the black, with that guy. And then these two guys, we're actually going to ink with this on the end of it so that they contrast off of each other and the black particular base. So what we're going to do right now is remove the wishing you and remove the background layering up piece just off to the side, and we're just going to work on this piece only. I'm trying to eliminate as many times as getting your fingers dirty as possible. And then what you're going to do is start with your pen, and we're going to circle happy, we're going to circle birthday, and then we're going to draw a line to it because we're going to begin our process of doing our coloring out poetry. So I'm just going to take that and circle happy, and I'm going to circle birthday because that's what I want this card to be focused on. And then I'm going to draw just a straight line. You could go back in and add arrows to it. You could make it wiggly. You can do it however you like. And I'm putting my little pen away. So that is the beginning of it. And now what we're going to do, I'm going to put this guy just off to the side. Well, oh yeah, we're gonna ink these guys first, and I'll explain to you why. Because I'm not going to use I'm not going to use a finger dauber. I'm actually going to use it. So it's going to create a little bit of a line in there. So I want to do my lines on here first before I turn around and go flat and do it onto my paper. So I'll explain. Otherwise, you're going to have divots the other way around. So I'm going to take this piece. I don't know if you can tell the difference. It's just going to be a tiny piece or a tiny little edging right there. Okay, see I put little lines in there. Alrighty. And then these are a little bit of the shavings that just came off. So I'm going to sprinkle this kind of like this. And then I'm going to wipe it on my paper just to make sure if there's any excess. So I have just a tiny bit of inking with gelatos on the outside. Now my sample, I swished it right there, but that's not what I want to do on this one. I'm going to just show you a couple different techniques. So that guy's right there. So I'm going to set that down right there. And then my contrasting paper, what I'm going to do, my layering, I'm going to do the same kind of thing right here. And just on the edges, I'm going to take the little thing, a little gelato stick. And I'm fine if it doesn't have a lot of contrast. I'm good with that. I want it to just to be soft to pick it all up. Okay, so it's just got a little bit of gelato inking on it. Okay, so I'm going to put these guys now off to the side a moment because now we're going to focus on the main piece. Now I do have the lines in there, which I do wanted to show you that. Now, when we turn around and point it downwards, we're going to be using it, so we're going to be digging into that and then flattening the surface. So I didn't want to do it the other way around because then you'd be left with lines up there. So we're actually going to do it the other way. Now, this particular one, I'm going to show you a different technique onto the tag, but this we're going to go make straight lines and then we're going to take your finger and you're going to rub it in. Yes, you can use a inker or you can use a finger dauber. You can use another tool to do this, but I feel like with the gelatos, your finger is the best thing to be spreading it to get an interesting type of brushed look to it. If you're using gelatos and finger daubers, a lot of that pigment, because this is a pure pigment stick, actually gets soaked up into the sponge and not as much on your paper. Kind of works funny on that. So you are going to get your fingers a little bit dirty. And I'm going to, now you could do something separate like that, but I'm going to actually twist this up just a little bit. I'm going to be making some straight lines on here. And I'm good. Okay, so, and I'm going to go straight through on the line right there, but I'm not going to cover up any of the happy birthday because obviously with our colored out poetry, that's exactly what I want. Twist that up just a little bit more. That's exactly what I want to stand out. Now, you might need to do another layer, so let's test it. So I'm going to take my finger and do a little bit of blending. What you're also doing with your finger is you're burnishing this into the paper. So this is a little bit thicker cardstock, and it's allowing you to blend. And kind of like you finger burnish glitter, we're finger burnishing, let's do that a little bit darker, gelato into the paper. And yes, I'm going any different direction because I'm just trying to get all edges of it covered. And the gelatos aren't going to completely black it out because you're also going to see some of the words underneath it. So it leaves it an interesting mystery. And then you can go ahead and go in. Now I'm just going to do this line darker right here so you can tell the difference between the rest of my paper and where I'm going really dark. I'm doing that for emphasis, so you guys can tell the difference right there. And gelato. So now you know what gelato fingers are. All right. So now you've got your darker line right there, and then you've got a lot of light, but the color is popping through. So you can continue and do another layer of dark if you like. And this is like layering. So you don't want to start by pushing it really hard. You want to go ahead and do a layer, take a look at what it is. Maybe you want to do every other one or every 2 ones. So let's come back in here and maybe do this guy, this edge a little dark. So now you're creating another layer of texture by just doing some darker and lighter lines on here. Okay, so the top line's darker. We've got about 2 that are a little bit on the lighter side, and that one is darker. And then we could continue with a pattern on, but I'm just showing you a little different technique. Can you hit pause real quick? Good. Okay, so I just took a quick pause, and what I did is I went in and darkened every 2 lines right there with the happy birthday. I did 2 more, darkened it, did 2 more, darkened it. And so I'm giving it another layer of texture that I didn't do on my original sample, which in a way helps your eyes travel through the wording as well. But as you can see, happy and birthday are definitely pronounced there. We put no color in there. Some of the words can show up a little bit, but your different flavors and different shades of colors are popping up. And you've got one dirty finger. So I'm going to wipe that off to the side real quick, because now we're going to flip and ink the edges of that, because our other ones have already been inked, and then we're going to get ready to layer. So you guys can go ahead and finish doing multiple layering if you would like, darker. You can pick a couple of lines and go darker, or you can stop, whichever you like. I'm going to put my lid on that guy. Okay. So I'm going to now take my finger dauber and I'm going to run it on the edge. And I'm just getting a real subtle, because it's going actually on top of, excuse me, I've got a frog in my throat. It's going to be actually on top of the gelato. So in case any of the gelato pigment went off to the side, you're going with the ink just a little bit on top right there. This will just help make it pop. Okay, and then what I like to do is actually just give it a little push like this, so it takes some of the excess off, just in case, you never know. And now we're going to get ready to layer. Now, I'm not a big person who measures while layering. I like to, make sure I do that on the right side. I like to tape and eyeball it. That's just the way I function. And I'm going to turn it over. I did that because my pencil mark's right there. I am a stickler with some things. But of course, I'm going to take a look at that before I actually lay it out. And then I am offsetting it and bringing this guy down a little bit before I put the sentiment up right here. Now, you could trim this a little bit closer, obviously, and layer this on top of a turquoise or some other paper that you guys are coloring up. I chose to leave this like this, so it just barely has that gelato nebula color inked edge to pull that guy in. So now that I know exactly where I'm going to be layering that, okay, this is kind of hard to do upside down. So I'm actually going to turn this back around to me so I can take a look at it. Whoop. And then I will flip it around to you guys. So if you like to do a tape runner, that's great. If you like to do double-sided tape, that's fine too, or a liquid glue. Completely up to you guys. Got that kind of where I wanted it. Okay, so I layered that guy right there. Now you could actually layer this one more time if you'd like, but I'm going to take my tape runner And again, sorry, got to turn it back on my side. And then I've got that guy like this. All right, now of course you can always take embellishments, rhinestones. You can go ahead and pop them in all different color corners. You could do pearls. You could do a couple different things. You could put a tiny little sticker to add on more. You've got lots of different options right there. All right, we're going to move on now to our envelope. All right, with your card finished, now we're going to move on to show you the envelope on how to do that. And I'm taking a little bit more time than I thought, so we're going to show you the envelope once, not twice, so we actually get to the tag. All right, this Judikins envelope slimline template, obviously you can use it for any type of cards in addition to what we're doing here. The cool thing about it, other than the fact that it's virtually indestructible because Rob is an engineer, so he makes things to last forever, but this is going to fit exactly on an 8.5 by 11 paper. And remember, save your scraps because we all love our scraps. However, it can fit on a 12 by 12 paper also. And then you get a whole size strip right there, which is fabulous because you can always use that, cut it in half, or a long strip. So you get a bonus piece of paper if you're going to use it off of that. And of course your areas. So let's go over how to do that. Okay, this one I already cut out, but I wanted to explain a few things to you, some tips and tricks on that guy. So I traced it. Obviously with these templates, you trace it. So I laid it down and I traced it, and then I know I was going to put the piece in this side. So I was not going to put a pencil line in there. The rest of them, I am going to put a pencil line. So when I remove this, I know as a guide where I'm going to fold it. But when I go around with my bone folder, I am going to score every single area, including this. I'm not going to leave that out. I'm just going to leave that out of the pencil line. So in doing so, let's move that guy off to the side. In doing so, pencil, and I've scored, and then just showing you that the score line is right there for me to do. And then I'm going to swap that with this one because, again, with our base that we were folding, we're going to make this a soft fold first. And then I'm going to just look at that to make sure before I sit and crease that one as a nice solid guy. Because sometimes it shifts when we're doing something. And if you don't do a soft fold, at least I found, if you don't do a soft fold first, then sometimes it shifts on you. And then that guy, and then that guy. All right, so we're just gonna do that. So these templates are super easy. There's a lot more on the website too, all different ones, but we had the the Slimline put together purposely for this purpose, for all of the new dies. So that's super fun. All right, so your big decision is you're going to go left over right, or you're going to go right over left. Go ahead and put your tape line right there, seal it, and then I put mine right up there and then seal it, and then obviously leave this open. And then if you're going to ink it now with your, like we did on this guy, so what I did is I actually laid it down onto a piece of paper. One moment, let's do this. So I laid it down on a piece of paper because I wanted more than just the edge like we did before. So I ran it along that, and this actually is going to show up quite well for emphasis. So I ran it along there on purpose because I wanted a little bit more depth to that. So when I fold it, that's obviously going to be a contrast there. So you can ink the edges. You can use gelato as your ink to do it as well, or you don't have to do either one. So, all right, we are going to, that is the envelope template. Now we're going to move on to the tag. So if you could hit. Okay, so we're going to move on over to our tag now. So the pieces you should have for your tag are your outline die, your two scrap pieces of paper from your stash or the cardstock that we did, and then your thank you set of words. And then I cut out the friend, but if you wanted to swap it out, you could do that too. I already pre-inked my friend sentiment and I inked it black. We are not going to do an edging inking on this particular one with your gelato, but I did ink that one already on black. And then your two papers that you should have is a 1 by 2 inch piece so that your sentiment, your word can go on top of that. So I'm going to put that off to the side. And then a 2.5 by 6.5 piece, because this guy is going to be layered up on that, which is going to be inside your tag, which is going to be on top of your black base paper. So if you guys want to go ahead and cut that 1 by 2 and then 2.5 by 6.5, and then I'm switching colors. So now we're going to jump to the pastel set of families, whoever you guys are. And then this particular color is strawberry. So it's going to turn out a lot lighter. And in looking at this, I did not do the entire page on this. I actually ran this color only over the words. So that's the technique I'm going to use on the thank you. I did not go across like we did on the birthday card, but you guys are all going to be working with your same color that you got. So I'm going to shift these off to the side, and then we're going to focus on this particular one. But before we do, remember we have to circle with our pen. What are we going to do? Or what are we going to highlight? So I'm going to highlight 3 of them. Thanks, thank you, and thank again, so that it can be, your eye can travel through there. So I'm going to circle thank right there. I'm going to circle thank you, which is kind of leaning off the page, which makes it even more interesting. And then I'm going to go down here to thank as well. And then this one I did do arrows on it. I'm not going to do that this time. I'm going to do this like that. So it's thank, thank you, thank. So we're done with our pen now. I'm going to move that off to the side a little bit. And so I've got my pastel family that we're using, again, strawberry, and this one's brand new. So I'm not going to just go across like I did before, and yes, I am going to use my finger again. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm only going to highlight the words. Now I'm showing you a different technique. You guys are welcome to do what we just did on the birthday card. I have no problem with that if you want to mix it up a little bit, because you are fabulous creators and you are creating your own little poetry right here. So why not have your gelato go along with that? Okay, so I kind of did all my lines already. I'm going to put my gelato away to check my time real quick, because we only have a short amount of time. Okay, so if you notice, I do have some white spots in there, and that's what I wanted to do on purpose on this one. So you guys blend it how you want. If you feel like you want it more solid, feel free to do that. But I'm taking it in a little bit of pieces right now. Just a little bit extras on the edge, you know, to give that little bit of colors and depth to it. Okay, so this is more of a piecemeal of the coloring out. I'm gonna wipe my fingers. We'll give you guys a few moments to go ahead and finish that. And then what we're going to do is do some simple tape runner gluing. I'm going to do that with my friend and eyeball that. Now I'm not going to hear that because I'm going to be doing a different set of layering. And I'm not actually, oh no, I am going to tape that right now. After you're done with that particular piece, then you want to take your tape runner. Towards me. Okay, so I do want to leave, wait a minute, a little bit at the top. I'm putting it closer to the bottom, that's why I was turning it over to me, and I gave a little bit of spacing on the top, because what I want to do, that is the other piece that we cut, the base. Now, with the outline of this, you do get a little bit of an edge, so the black base does an outline for actually the die cut. So if you want this down a little bit further, the point closer to that, that's up to you. If you want it up here, that is up to you also. My sample is with it at the edge right there that gave a little bit of space right there. But for this one, I might come down and more or less center this piece onto my black. And then I know that I'm going to put this guy and a little cheater. I use that last little divot on each side as my lineup for that straight line, because you could always put some rhinestones or something else in there. And then we would adhere that. And then this can be offset right there. So this can allow like this frame to be like a little kiss of your friend, your sentiment going right there. You can put other jewels or embellishment right there as well. Okay, so now that you see how I'm going to lay it out, I would be doing a larger piece right there, but just in the interest of time, I'm putting a little bit of tape runners in 5 spots. Normally, I would go around the entire edge of that. Okay, and I'm going to put that guy right in there, and then I will be gluing that down in just a little bit, and I'll be gluing that down in just a little bit. And your tag is almost complete. After you adhere that, you guys are ready to mail that off. So I'm going to bring that over here. This is the one that we made today. That is the sample. This is the one that we made today. That is our sample. And then we've got some other ones for you guys right there. I hope you enjoyed your colored out or blackout poetry birthday card and tag. Thank you. Hi, I'm Kim, and I'm from Tall Mouse Creative Arts. We are back for the sales part, and I hope you enjoyed your colored out poetry project. So you learned something new with the gelato and then applied it to a slimline and a quick history lesson too. So now we're at the sales time, and we've got a lot to go over. Then we're going to put you on a quick pause and flip our table. And Jim's going to come in right now, and we are going to look at envelope templates one more time because I forgot to show you the other size. So you guys just got done doing the slimline envelope, and then you did, if you wanted to, take your gelato and do a little edging as acting as inking to give a little bit of depth to that. So that is one way of doing the envelope, which we talked about earlier. Put that guy aside. Now the diagalope is just a little bit larger format. So think if your slim lines, because I know they come in a couple of different sizes too, if you want to do a little bit larger base and a little bit larger card or tag, or something that's just a tad puffier, you might want a little extra room to it. The diagalope is also cool for 2 reasons, because you can do something on a vertical edge, something like that, but you can turn it on its side too. So you can fold in each of the sides like that and then have an interesting flap on a horizontal edge. Plus it allows for something just a little bit puffier. So 2 different types that can accommodate the skinny Jim or slimline cards, what have you. And then let's take a look at snow, because 'tis the season. All right, we've got 2 different snows that are sprinkly. Diamond sugar dust, which is in between fine and ultra fine, and that's what that guy looks like all over there. And put that back right there. And then we've got our traditional diamond dust that we've talked about several times, and this one has a more shard and cut crystal look. So that's what that guy looks decorated. And then how did I apply that? With our glue that is matte. And all I did is really difficult. I just dripped that guy all over there and then sprinkled both of them on. And to get that, let it dry overnight and you're all good. More snow. All right, so this particular snow is the snow marker. This does need a heat source, and I wrote high in snow, and I'm going to get that real close to you guys so you can see it. It does have a puff to it, as well as his beard right there, and then the snowman did a little puff. This one needs a heat source for it, the snow marker, but this guy, our snow rider, does not. It does need to dry for several hours. 24 is the best, but that is that guy. And it's got a nice gritty texture to it. And now you know you can color the top of it with ink or your gelatos that you just learned how to use too. So I'm going to show you that guy. So that's what I did by just using the tip of it and writing right there. And then pink snow, because remember, your snow writer can act as texture paste or texture also. And then how did I get pink snow? I took a little bit of your gelato, or my gelato stick, and peeled some of it off and mixed it up and then plopped it right on there. Because remember, your gelatos are pure pigment, so you can mix it with almost anything, which you can also watercolor with. So that is mixing gelatos with the snow writer snow, and then we have that. But of course you can use it as regular snow. All right, then fun back and stop glitter ribbon tape, which is always cool. This guy is sticky back, real high glitter and high tack, so lots of different colors to choose from, and that's just fun. I think he's coming in real close to see that. And then if you like the gelatos, we've got 2 packs on a deal on the website for you guys. We have iridescent, and then we've got the pastel. And remember, these are really lush, vibrant colors. Either pack that you wanted to try another project with. And then you can watercolor with them also. But remember, they're a pure pigment stick, so you've got so many uses to do with them. So 2 different packs, iridescent and pastel. And then just reminding you, adhesive, because it's always time to load up on that. And then stencil tape is back in stock. And remember, this is a low tack adhesive that you can attach different things to and then place things where you want it to and hold it right there till you finish maybe running it through your machine and whatnot, and then lift it up and it won't ruin anything. That would be stencil tack, which is low, stencil tape, which is low tack. Hello. Get it together, Kim. And then what are you going to seal your envelope glue with? All right, this is one of our unique products that we get. It's it comes in every once in a while. We've got a nice batch of it right now, but envelope glue for your sealing. So we just talked about envelopes, so you need some glue to do that. So this is our envelope glue. A reminder that we have Zig, because Zig is part of the best type of liquid glue pens. Just a reminder, we've got a bunch of ink pads on the website, and of course, finger daubers. And then Teflon bone folders, so think stocking stuffers also. We've got 4 different sizes. We've got the long ones, we've got the wedge, and then we've got the keychain too. And then Judikins. So the person that made the envelope templates, all of them, Rob from Judikins, Rob and Judy are a pair that work great together. She is the designer and he's the engineer and makes things virtually indestructible. So these guys are the fine tip fussy cutting. And you know, if you're left or right-handed, I'm right-handed, but nice fine tip, and they have a special grind on them for paper. So you don't want to flip back and forth to fabric. You want to keep it onto paper. All right, so that's our fine tip fussy cutting scissors, excuse me. And then dies. We've got a lot of new dies. This guy is parts and pieces. Just turned him into a little quick ornament right there. But I'm just showing you a quick little snippet of what we've got. Looking at our time too. A quick little snippet of what we've got. Some new ones, some new everyday silhouettes and somebody floating on a cloud. And then we've got our little elf and our Santa. And then this one, I think I want to take a bite out of it. Gingerbread cookie, and then OMG. These guys are little sugar cookies. So I just think they're hilarious. I didn't even put glitter on them yet. But little sugar cookie, we've got a stitched snowman. We've got another snowman, but a lot of fun. All right, now we're going to talk about something I'm super excited about. Dun, 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 dun. All right, it is Slimline weekend in a way. You guys used the outline of it. This was the one that we used specifically for the project, the tag that we did. So that one is available on the website. And then I wanted to show you another one up close. This guy's got, it's a nested set, and that one's got little X's for, kind of looks like cross stitching right up there. All right, so that's just another set that I applied to fall because I felt like it was applicable to plaid and just a different type of look. And then this one's got a cool little bubble edge on it with inside like a postage stamp, that little bubbling with. So this one's kind of cool in a different way. And then, you know, you can always use the opposite pieces that pop out of there too. And then I wanted to show you this because when you're working with the different slimlines, it's always fun to change up what they look like. This is a kind of a storytelling where you could do a project in each one of these. But what I did right here is I took a strip of green, and I weaved it through. And so now this is acting like one section, and then these two are acting like a whole nother section. So you can change the look by just a simple weaving of paper through there. And I might put this guy right here so it makes it look like this is sort of framing this particular one, and possibly put another sentiment right there. So just changing up the way you guys work with it by weaving something through it. You don't always have to exactly put something in 3 squares, or you can. Okay, and then I have a couple of new ones that we've got on the website. This one's clouds, turn upside down, kind of look like waves. I thought this one was cool with a nice little border on it as well. And then this one to me is just fun and crazy. It's got little loops on it and circles with obviously incised dots, and you can take that guy out too. Okay, could you put a quick pause real quick? Okay, I had to take a quick break because I was running out of energy right there, and I had to take a quick sip of my water. But okay, guys, we are doing it for 2 days. The sale I'm going to talk about is going to last until Wednesday. However, our skinny gems, our Slimline are called skinny gems. These are going to be on sale for, yep, OMG, $12 for 2 days. Saturday and Sunday. You do not need a code for these, but they are going to be on sale for 2 days only. You guys get first dibs at this particular price, no minimum. We have over 45 styles, which is just crazy, and I do have more coming in. So first come, first serve when they're gone. I do have another batch coming in. If we have more left, we're going to do this again on Black Friday weekend. Can't verify that. I have to kind of see how things go, but you guys get first dibs on that. So $12, all of the Skinny Gym Slimline dies. And yep, I put OMG because I have to contain myself. Okay, we got to move on to more things. We got more to show you. Okay, so Christmas stickers. You remember, guys, this is on a hot buy. You've got a pack of 5 for $7, and these are all 3D. And think about that. Those little guys can fit inside of there, and that guy can pop out. It's totally cute. And then we've got some just fun new stickers that are Christmas related. Lots of glitz going on right there. So just showing you a few other things that are on the website. Hot buy, this guy's back in stock. When it's gone, it's gone. It's a 90 sheet 6x6 paper, single-sided. You get the rainbow, polka dots, and stripes, $5. And then, oh, okay, gotta pay attention to my time. Okay, so these palettes, I'm just trying to find as many ways to use them as possible because I think they're so cute. It's a pack of 6 for $15, but you can buy them individually too if you don't want 6. But you don't even have to decorate this. So I put it on a small little plate, and then if you have a rustic Thanksgiving, some sort of rustic table setting, you guys can turn it into a little table setting right there. I just popped my sister's name on there, glued that guy, not very well, glued it down, and then that's where she's going to sit for Thanksgiving, but she doesn't get to take this home. Or maybe she does, I don't know. We'll see, but a quick little table setting, a rustic table setting. Remember, individually or a pack of 6 for $15. And then we've got a Christmas Glitz and Glam bundle. So this includes 2 random Christmas stickers that are obviously cute, 16 packs of loose rhinestones, obviously in Christmas colors. So we've got some red, we've got gold, green, and then you got 5 Winkastellas. You got red, silver, gold, green, your choice of clear or white. And then those are the Christmas stickers. And then that guy is $25 while we have supplies. And then you're gonna look at this really quick while we flip our table. Pause. All right, we've come to the yummy treat section. I have to contain myself because I'm so excited about this. All right, we are working with Hammond's Candy, which is handmade in Colorado. And let me say yum, big time yum. All right, what are we going to do? If you are feeling thankful and grateful, we have a way to help you out with your fall gifting. If you want to Merry Mouse somebody, we have a way to help you out with Secret Santa. And what are we doing? It's just so exciting. You can choose between fall and Christmas. Everything is going to come into a little gift bag, either fall or Christmas ribbon. Sounds good. And then a palette, because those guys are cute. And then a card this size, either fall or Christmas, depending upon your choice. And now let's look at the treats because yum. And Jim's going to come in close, a little bit closer, because we got to look at this. Hot chocolate choices: milk chocolate, dark chocolate, salted caramel. You get a trio of 3, your choice. And remember, that guy goes in there and stirs. The mug is for me. Yummy. So a choice of 3. And then midnight snack, because, oh my gosh, 3 full-size candy bars. Let me read to you what's on this in it. Milk chocolate with pretzel, cookie, brittle. Oh, you had me at brittle. Marshmallow and cereal. Oh my gosh, 3 full-size of those. And then chocolate cookie bar. A milk chocolate on a crunchy cookie with sweet vanilla cream. Yum! 6 of those guys. And then I saved the best for last because OMG. Okay, this is a machine done caramel. That's good. Pop that in your mouth. But vanilla caramel Camins. Oh my gosh, look at this. This is like 4 of them put together. And let me tell you, I can smell the vanilla. I can smell the buttery vanilla flavor. And I have to calm down because it is so good. And probably when we're done here, I gotta have a bite because, oh, yum. All right, these guys are shipping now. Like I said before, we only get 1 order, so you better get on it if you guys want to do it. And let me just tell you, yum. If you've had Hammonds, you should probably drop a note or a little heart to let everybody know. If you haven't, you guys are in for a wonderful treat. We have a way that you can buy it for yourself, or if you want to gift it and drop ship it to your friend, we can do that too. So we've got lots of more details on the website, but they're shipping now. All right, let's take a look at our deals because I'm running out of time. Plus, I need to eat the candy. All right, we are doing 30% off all character metal dies. That will click in automatically, but if you want 20% off the rest of the site, you need to punch in code FUN20, run it together, all caps. Our website, free shipping over $50. Now remember, these sales and the hot buys are good until the 25th. However, this is the only thing that's good for 2 days. Remember, OMG, $12 on the dies. Good for 2 days. Thanks, guys.
Welcome back, everybody. And Vicki, I have to tell you, Kim at Tall Mouse, they always come up with innovative is not the word, but going back to crafting years ago, and this project once again learned something I'd never heard of. It was called redacted, or sometimes they called it blackout poetry. And I just was fascinated with how doing that. And you know what? I think that would be such a relaxing thing to do. You take a paper or, even a page out of a book. Mm-hmm. And, and each day you could even do one and circle the words of, like what you want to use or how you're feeling. Sure. And add them to a card or something, just like idea. Kim did. But I was fascinated by it. And that's from the 1700s. So, everybody, we've been crafting a long time.
That's true.
So, but I just love that. And the tag, she showed, they have those great skinny Jim dies. I got to make that right. And, she gave you a little sample here, and they used one, so you get to use the others for something else. And they talk about that is Slimline heaven over there, folks, because they have them. We get curbside service, which is nice. But the other thing I loved in here that everybody received was the template to make the envelopes. And you know, she did them. It's once again having the template so easy, you know, to make. And you know, you can make them out of paper. This is, you know, bright cardstock, whatever you want to. And once again, wouldn't this be great, you know, to decorate? And Tall Mouse, as you know, they have anything and everything to decorate your projects and their envelopes, don't they, Miss Vickyville?
They totally do, Dave. Yeah, just like he was showing, they have these awesome envelope templates. You all got one?
Yes.
If you haven't, they have different sizes available on their website as well. I love, she showed that they're, you know, we're all making Christmas decor, cards, all kinds of things, maybe ornaments.
Right.
She showed different snow, like, what's the word?
Like
snow things.
Snow scenes,
yeah,
different ways of using snow.
Yes. And so she had one called Diamond Sugar Dust, which is beautiful. It's like real, like small and like, you know, just gorgeous. And then there's the traditional, which is a little bit chunkier to add to your projects. Then there's the Snow Maker, the Snow Rider.
That one's so much fun, the Snow Rider is.
And I feel like I need them all for different for different reasons, right?
Yes.
And it's just so cute. You can even add them to, you know, anything. The sky is the limit to, you know, pop up that Christmas joy around your everything house and all that. I love the glitter tape. I love using glitter tape on my projects, like cards or my scrapbook pages. But I love that this is so vibrant and there's so many different colors. So look at that.
And you don't end up with glitter on, you know, you're not having to mess. And there's nothing wrong. I mean, we all like to play and get messy, but you know, especially with the tape, trying to get it down.
Exactly. So. There's different inks. There's the bone folders that I know we've all bought from Tall Mouse.
Yes.
There is the fine tip fussy cutting scissors. So to get in those little crevices of, you know, things that you've stamped and you want to get in there. So that's awesome. And like Dave was talking about, the dies.
Yeah.
First off, I'm going to start off with the mouse dies. I love, I'm a Disney fanatic. I love everything Disney.
Yes.
I'm missing it. So I need to get some of these Mickey dies in my life, right? To make the different things. So there's so many of them there and like so many more. But then, like Dave was talking about, the Slim Jim dies.
Yeah, Skinny Jim.
Skinny Jim.
That's okay. I know. It's
Slim Jim.
we all because Slim Jims is a snack.
It's a snack, yeah. Maybe I'm hungry. I don't know. No, but the Skinny Jims, and she said, Dave, I don't know if you saw this.
And more and more.
There are more coming. I think she has a total of 45 right now styles, which is wowzers, right?
Yes.
And here's the best part. For 2 days only, you guys.
2 days.
2 days, they are going to be on sale for $12.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't have told me. Can I borrow about 12 times 40?
Yeah.
No, I have some. And you know, if I may, one of my favorite dies, and I want to start using it. I got it. It's called a Ta-da stage.
Yep.
It's literally a die. It's a little stage, and it'd be perfect for the Disney. But I have some pet stamp. I can't wait to use it. So.
Yes, so
$12,
and it's only for 2 days. So
yes.
It's kind of like their Black Friday sale.
Yes.
I believe. Just so much, you guys. You're gonna want to go to Tall Mouse. So let me give you the coupon code. 30% off all character metal dies and 20% off the rest of the site using coupon code FUN20.
Wow.
And that is valid till November 25th.
Great.
So that is awesome.
So you want to go have some fun 20 at Tall Mouse, right? And
yes.
Get some of those dies and great Slimline products. So thank you once again, Kim. Just love the history of the making of the Slimline card. So, all right, everybody, it is time now for the fine folks at Blank Page Muse. So we'll be back.
Hi, it's Kim from Blank Page Muse. We're a little rubber stamp company in Riverside, California, and today I have a really fun holiday-themed, shiny, sparkly card to share with you featuring our newest little stamp gnome. His name is Starbright, and he's designed by a wonderful artist in Tennessee named Pam Bray. Pam's been with us since day one of our stamp company. She has a whole dedicated section, as do our other featured artists, at blankpagemuse.com. I really hope you stop by and check out all the stamps because we have more than you can possibly imagine. Take the time to enjoy. But anyway, here is the card we're going to make together today. Hope you like it, and let's get crafting. Thank you. Okay, here we go. I've got a bunch of stuff laid out here on my desk. First of all, here's our website, blankpagemuse.com, and if you go here and use the coupon code EXPOBRIGHT, you're going to be able to save 25% off anything you order, and that code is good until December 18th. And here's the kit that we've thoughtfully put together piece by piece for you. We made each of the rubber stamps ourselves. We pressed each one and trimmed them and mounted them and got them in this package for you, so really hope you love them. So here's the package. I've already got the stamps out because this is my own set. Let's go ahead and get the papers out and the stencil. I have the stencil set aside because I was playing with it earlier. Here's your cardstock that's all folded. Set it aside so it doesn't get all inky. This is the part that we're actually going to be stamping and stenciling on first with the tree and the stars, okay? I'm going to put the gnome aside and the sentiment, let your light shine. And I need to mention these stamps were drawn, hand-drawn, by a wonderful artist named Pam Bray. She lives in Tennessee and she does so many creative things for us. A lot of our stamps are by Pam. And when you go to our shop, you're going to see a bunch of sections. There's featured artists. Make sure you take a look and go to Pam's section. She's got an amazing collection with us. So anyway, I'm going to set these aside for now and I'm going to get ready to do the tree stamp here. Move some stuff out of my way. I need room, otherwise I make a mess or drop something. That's the biggest thing with the tree. It's a really nice size stamp and it's heavy, so I'm using the stamp platform for it. That's a mouthful. Anyway, I'm going to set the pens aside and I'll talk about those a little bit in a few minutes, okay? So the tree, I want to stamp it a little off sides from the backer here, piece that we're going to put on the card itself. I don't want to fill up the whole thing with the tree. I want a little bit of white space here. So I've got it set up in here, and let me lift this up, and I'm going to put this paper here. You can see I tested it earlier so I could figure out where I wanted it. So where I want it, I'm going to put the magnets down to hold that, and let's get this out of my way and just get this over a wee bit. There we go. And I'm going to ink up the stamp. It does take a couple of times, at least for me it does. I think my stamp pad's a little dry. I need some more ink on it. But anyways, go ahead and you're going to do the tree very first on that background piece. Go ahead and ink it up, whatever technique you like, go for it. I'm doing it in black. That's what I have handy, but you know, it'd be really pretty if you did it in a brown or any other color, even green, whatever works for you. I like the silhouette look, and that's what I'm running with today. Okay, it's looking nice and shiny. So let's get the first layer down. Try to close that carefully so I don't drop it somewhere. There we go. It's pretty good for first stamping. It's against that trunk that I got to work on, so I'm going to ink it up again really quick. It gives you all some time to stamp away too. Just get that tree filled in how you like it, and sometimes you can even come back in with marker and fill it in if you want, if you're having trouble getting it stamped just right. Okay, and I'm going to do one more time. It's getting nice and dark now and filling in just that little bit on the trunk there. Looks good and shiny to me. Let's see if we can get it onto the paper. There we go. There. that looks pretty good. It's filled in nice and solid. I'm going to slide the magnets away and lift off this panel. And I'm going to get the platform out of the way. Be right back. Okay, here we go. Got the stamped panel with the tree. Next, we're going to stencil it. So get out your star stencil from your kit. And I'm going to angle it. I like angling things. And I want the small stars at the top and the bigger ones towards the bottom. Just set it up this way, however you like. And a little bit off sides here is fine. You're going to want to use a little bit of tape to hold it all down so while you're stenciling it doesn't scoot on you. Here we go. Sorry. And then a little bit at the bottom. And I'm also going to take a scrap piece of paper to put my fingers on to hold it and block off an area so I don't get any yellow where I don't really want it. For the yellow, I'm using what I had on hand, which is the Distress Oxide Squeezed Lemonade. It's the brightest and I think only bright yellow I have in my collection. So I like using brushes. They're really smooth and easy and they work really well on the stencils. So you can use whatever you like. And I like to start always from the top and work my way down to the bottom. So just make it as yellow as you want, as bright, vibrant, or pale, whatever you have in mind. I'm getting it all set here. Nice shade there so you can see it. Hope it shows up good for you. And I usually just do a swirling motion, fill it in, pull it in from the edges of the stencil, back into the open spots. Got a little bit overlapping on the tree, one little tree branch there. I think it's fine. I want to get all the tips of the stars defined. Color looks good. And I'm going to go ahead and do the one here at the very bottom. Get those corners in there. Alright, that looks pretty good. I'm not doing this star here because it's going to be too much yellow on the black and I'm afraid it'll look kind of funny, so I'm just going to leave that one alone. Again, Starbright, our gnome, he's going to wind up going right about here anyway, so that'll be a good fit. And you can set the brush aside when you're all set. Leave the stencil in place for now, give it a second to dry, and then you're going to grab your pens, and for this part we're going to need the silver metallic gel and the gold one. I'm going to use the gold one first. As soon as this is dry, give it a second. The Distress inks dry pretty fast. And we're going to go ahead and do some scribbling inside the stencil on the stars just to give that little extra bit of interest, okay? You're going to want to hold your hand up so you don't really smear the ink all around. And maybe just use that paper again, okay? And again, it's just whatever kind of squiggles, scratches, swirls, whatever you like to do, just to give a little bit of fun and dimension to the stars. You can even trace around them on the inside, however you like. Just have a little bit of fun with that. A little bit here. There we go. There, that's good. I like that. Now go ahead and lift off your stencil. There we go. And set the stencil aside. We're done with it for now, okay? Got a little piece on the bottom here. I'm not going to worry too much about that. I can cover it up later. And now I'm going to take the silver pen, silver metallic pen, and we're going to draw little circles on the branches, on the tips of the branches, and just random places around. You can make the circles any size you like. Now I'm going to switch out my pen. I'm not sure how well the Jelly Roll Silver is showing up for you, so I'm switching over to the Signo Silver Gel Pen. Let's see if that shows up a little better, a little more sparkly. These tend to stay a little wet a little longer, so be careful you don't smudge it all over. And again, you're just going to come in here and do some silver dots in random places. Take your time, do as much as little as you like. And even after it's done, you can come back in and go, oh yeah, I need something here. You can add it in. It's real easy to do once the card's assembled even. So just get some dots in there. They don't all have to be the same size, big, little, whatever works for you. Just have a little bit of fun with it. And let's do that. There we go. Put the pen aside. And I think that looks pretty good. And once that's dry, then come back to your gold pen, let everything dry. You're going to take your gold pen, gold metallic pen, and you're going to go around the border, all the way around the card. Just little squiggles, straight dashes, whatever lines you like, just to border it. And see that other part here at the bottom where it missed, it's fine. The tape kind of took some of the paper off. Not really going to notice it once it's all done. And I'm just doing little random scribbles all around the edges here. I'm going to turn it over here. All the way around. Just some fun fill in here. And all the way across the tree edge, everything top to bottom, all around the corners. Look at it. You can do whatever pattern scribble you're comfortable with. Just fun to fill it in. There we go. Alright, that looks pretty good. Now background is done. So, gonna set that aside. Here we go. And next up is stamping Starbright. I'm gonna use black VersaFine ink again. I have a piece of paper over here. I'm gonna stamp onto them. My own stamps aren't cushion cling mounted. The ones I sent you guys are. So just make sure you pull off that waxy backer paper for it, so it'll actually stick on your cling block. And it's so small you really don't need to use a stamp platform. Do whatever you like, whatever you're comfortable with. Let me move it up here. Hopefully y'all can see that fine. And here we go. Okay, it looks nice and shiny. Here we go. Let's see if I got it right. Good. I rocked it just a little bit, and it's a little blurry, but let me stamp it again. I didn't like how that came out, so here we go. Let's try it one more time. Press down for just a little bit, just to make sure the ink transfers onto the paper, and then lift it straight up. That's good. That's much better. Okay. I'm going to set the stamp aside. Here we go. Alright, done with the ink. Now, set the metallic ones over. I have the Jelly Roll pens. For this part, you do need your white Jelly Roll or whatever equivalent white pen you have. I have these little gel marker pens. These are actually called ProMark Sketchy, and I found them at a dollar store, and they color really, really nice. I have one Inkjoy pen and a couple of Papermate Flare markers. And I've got some scratch paper because I always like to start the pens and make sure they're good. Okay, I'm going to start with the hat very first, and I'm going to take the felt tip marker in a green color. I always tend to work from light to dark in the colors, and we're just going to go around the edge of this and do sketchy lines. We're just going to start from the edge all the way in and just lines, just getting some color down. Gonna go all the way around from here. Just getting your foundation color going, just straight lines like that. And you're gonna wanna work and leave the middle portion around the hat white. That's gonna create a little bit of a highlight and makes it look, gives it a little dimension. So just keep going. Don't worry if you get outside the lines like I just did there. We're going to be fussy cutting them out in a bit anyway. All right. Take your time coloring. We're going to let this go, the actual coloring process. Won't speed it up or anything. Y'all have some time to color along with me. Hopefully it's enough time for everybody to get done. My goal is to have everybody finish the project at the same time. So let's give it a shot. So take your time coloring. So I'm going to leave this in real time. And all the way down here, just edging it, leaving a little sliver for the white. And just almost dots here at the end because it's so narrow. And I still want to make sure that white stays in there. Okay, so I've got that done. I'm going to use that marker aside. And for the hat itself, I'm going to be using blue and purple. I'm going to start with the blue. These tend to, they draw really, really smooth, and they glob just a little bit, but the way we're coloring here, you can use that extra ink to pull it in. So, starting from the outside edge, you're just going to kind of pull and flick it, just a little bit like that. You're getting those wonderful lines, and they're really soft. So you like set your pen down and just flick it, just like that. All the way around. Pulling it in just a little bit more, a little closer in on the white, and go all the way around the hat, both sides. Just keep flicking it. I love these ballpoint pens. They're so much fun, and they're really, I love the colors, how vibrant they are. There we go. I'm going to turn this a little bit. Then get the bottom. Actually, I'm more comfortable. I'm going to turn this upside down. Hope that doesn't make it crazy. Here we go. Just drawing it from the outside edge in, flicking it so it kind of tapers, it flares a little bit. Pull it a little closer into the white. Just keep going on that. Coming in, rotate it here. And when I color, I'm always constantly turning the paper around to keep the orientation comfortable for my pen strokes, marker strokes, whatever I'm doing. Here we go. This area is getting smaller here. So keep drawing it in a little bit at a time. A little bit, here we go. Just adding the layers up with this ballpoint ink. I think this one is ballpoint ink, but the texture is really nice. Sometimes ballpoint just doesn't have that nice flow, and these do. A little bit of blue here, a little bit more here. Pulling in and just a teeny bit closer into the white. On this edge here too. And as much as you can on the tip of the hat, the bottom. There we go. Still maintaining that little white bit of white in there. Okay, I'm good with the blue. That looks pretty good. Maybe add a couple more strokes in there. Okay, and let's move to purple, the darker color. Okay, scribble the pen to start it. Make sure it looks good. And again, all the way from the outside edge to the middle. Bringing it up, flicking it in. There we go. Couple long strokes. Bringing it in. There we go. All right. Moving our way up the hat here, each stripe section, and so many color combinations you can do on this and have a lot of fun. Do it red and white, do whatever you like. And I tend to use tons of colors on things because I just love color, so it's so much fun to play. There you go. Still working on the side. I'm on this edge. Wonder how you're all doing. Let me know if you're able to color and keep up, if the pace is okay. And my goal is really, honestly, hopefully we all can finish at the same time. I want as many of you to finish your card as possible. That's so much fun. I hope you really take the time too at the end when it's all done and all the videos are done to post in the Stamp and Scrapbook Expo groups your projects. Love to see what you did. Tag me, tag Blank Page Muse and that, so I can see them and get a notification so I can see what you did, because I really want to see too. But here, okay, I'm at the bottom. I'm almost just outlining the very bottom with some of the purple to bring it in. So again, as you get those darker edges, it starts forcing your eye to, you know, see some depth there. Okay, that looks pretty good. I'm going to set that aside. Now it's time for, actually, I'm going to bring in a little bit of, I'm going to use my Ink Joy gel pen in this kind of teal color for the very edges, and to fill in, there's a little bit of white and stuff of the paper, so I'm going to bring that in. A little bit here, over that. And a couple streaks out. There we go. Don't worry about if you get outside the lines. We're going to trim it in a minute anyway. Just fill in the colors best you like. Okay. That looks good. Okay. Now it's time for your white Jelly Roll pen. You're going to take your pen, start it, make sure it's all good, and this is really fun. It starts smoothing, it brings in some more strokes, so it really starts to look like it's a woven hat. There's stitches or layers to it. Again, following from the outside in, just flick and pull it in. It starts bringing those colors together, it smooths them out a little bit, and helps you emphasize this white space here. There we go. You're kind of blending it with the white pen all the way around, bringing it from the outside in, just flicking it as you go. It's good. Keep going all the way around to the top and down to the little point. Then just kind of going over the middle section here while I'm right there. Keep going. Again, I really like how the white pen smooths those inks together. Nice little blender pen, I guess you could say. Those colors were so nice and dark, and this helps lighten them, and it just really does tie it all together. It's a fun little trick there, I guess you could say. All the way around to this side. And even in the tiniest areas, I'm just pulling from each edge to the middle, and then kind of scribbling the pen in the middle to smooth it all out. And the very bottom here. Okay, there we go. Okay, the hat's done. What do you think? Do you think it needs a little bit more? Go ahead and take your time to add some in. It's pretty good there. Alright, I'm going to leave it at that. And now I'm going to go back to the silver gel pen, and all these little spaces on this part of the hat, this little stripe here, those white spaces, I'm just going to put a little silver in there. This one's not quite as fine point, so I have to go a little light. It's going to be kind of all over the place, but it'll still work. I really like the other pens because they're super fine point. So for these smaller stamps, they work really nice. There we go. Almost done, about halfway done there. Way up to the top. And then for the very bottom of his hat, this little tip of it, I'm going to go ahead and just like we did on the tree, I'm going to draw a silver circle. Okay? Once you have the little dot drawn on this hat here, then we're going to go ahead and start moving all the way down. I'm going to do the brim of his hat using the silver pen and just again making little circular motions, filling in that area with the silver. So he's going to have a nice sparkly brim on his hat. I'm going to go outside the lines. I don't really need those lines there anyway. And just get the ink placed. And that's good. Let's see how it looks. Oh yeah, that shows up pretty good. Hopefully you can see it too. Okay. For the beard, I'm going to continue to do it in silver also. With the silver marker. And to color it, there's all these little spaces that are like little drops, little V shapes. So you're just going to kind of pick those out and use your silver pen and just start filling them in a little bit. Draw some of the ink in and up. I'm coloring from the bottom of the tip upwards to fill it in. There we go, a little there. Just pick out those little sections on the stamp and add them in silver for his beard. Gives us some wonderful texture and fun. The silver of this on the tips of his beard tie into the hat, and I think it's just cute. Neat way to do it. And a section here, a little section off to the side. And I'm only bringing the silver about halfway up of each beard section. I don't know what to call it. But just bringing it up about halfway. And then you can come back in with your white pen and finish coloring it in to put a little ink down. Just to tie it together. Okay, got that. That section there. I'll put a little bit of ink there. Looks pretty good. So my white pen, bringing it up, gives you some stroke marks, so I guess that kind of helps make it look like hair a little bit too. Brings the stroke marks in. All the way around. Okay, scrub it clean. And I want to do his nose next. So I'm going to use the red and the pink pens. And I'm going to start with the red on this side. And just bring it around. Fill it in a little. Just a touch of pink. For right here, and then it's back to the white pen. So I'm going to use this to blend the colors together. I'm going to keep this really white here because the white highlight here ties in with the hat, and then just swirl it around here. And up and over just a teeny bit. There we go. And his nose is done. I'm just scribbling off the red ink out of the white pen for later. Now I've got the area of his little jacket here, and it's got some stripes. So for that I'm going to be starting with some green and yellow, and I'll be using the Ink Joy pen in that teal color for the very end. So I'm going around the edges, coloring in, bringing in green in the bigger sections, all the way around. the bottom of the robe here to the corner. And I'm going to bring some of this green up into these sections of the beard here. Just a little bit. Wherever you think it might naturally show through, go ahead and add in that little bit of green or whatever color you're going to do for that, okay? Use a little yellow to blend it, pull the color together a bit. It brightens it. Okay, now to your darkest color from the bottom. Again, those little light flicking motions from the bottom edge all the way up. Let's see what a little blue looks like. I wonder. There we go. Filling in a little bit of blue. I've got a whole diagonal thing going, so that pattern's staying put. The blue brings it back down just a little bit. I like it. Okay. And now the stripes. The stripes I'm going to do in pink. I'm going to do the main part in pink. Then we'll come in with a red pen just for a little bit of, just a little bit more color. Okay. That looks good there. There's a little bit of a, there's like this little round circle right here on the bottom part of him. I'm going to add a gold drop all the way along the bottom, just in like 3 or 4 spots at the bottom of his beard. So it kind of looks like bells tacked in there. Okay. There you go. Okay, we've got everything done here. Now it's time to do the shoes. While you've got your gold pen, just do a little circle. It's going to be a highlight like at the top of his shoes. Okay. Then you're going to take your brown marker and just finish the shoe. All the way around again. Just go around the gold, leave that gold in there. It's just a little bit of a highlight, little sparkle. You use the brown along the bottom of his robe here too, just to fill it in just a teeny bit. There we go. Little spot I missed here on the gold. Just swirl it in. I just like all the shine. I think to me that's a lot of fun. Okay. I think that covers all of that. The coloring is looking pretty good there. But you know what? I want to add, I see a spot where I missed some silver. So I'm going to put some in right here. So yeah, look it over, see if you missed anything you want to add to it. Go ahead and do that. Touch it up. Now give this a chance to dry. Let the ink dry. I know it's just ballpoint ink and it dries pretty quick, but I don't want to smear it, so I'm going to set it aside for a minute. Then I'm going to move on and we're going to stamp the sentiment. So get your sentiment that says, "Let your light shine." Okay. This is "Let your light shine." It's got these little cute snowflakes on it. Get that ready. And another small piece of white paper. I'm going to stamp it on the bottom there. So about right like so. Ink it up. go, that looks good. And set that aside. Once you have that stamp, set your sediment aside and your ink pad aside. Done with those for now. And gonna cut this out. I'm just gonna cut the bottom off. And the sides. I'm gonna square it a little bit. Okay, there's the sentiment. Set the scraps aside. Gonna go back to that silver marker, and in the center of each snowflake, gonna go ahead and do a dot in silver on the snowflake. All the way around. And it gives another little shine pop there, which is good. And like we did on the background border here, gonna go use the gold pen all the way around the sentiment. Okay? Just do another little scribble line all the way around the edges. There we go. Now let that dry, because those little gold dots don't, or little silver dots, sorry, don't look like they're quite dry, so I want that to set aside. We're good to come back to Starbright, and now it's time to cut him out. So just start fussy cutting wherever you're comfortable. I usually kind of start at the bottom and work my way around. Again, we'll leave this in almost real time, so everybody has a chance at this point to catch up a little and cut him out. And I wouldn't worry too much about coming in and cutting all these little lines out. Just get your general shape of the beard in there. Some of the little tufts that are there, they're easy. Cut around those, that's cool. And then just don't worry about the straighter lines. And I'm saving that curve around the hat for last. To me, that's a scary part there. It's such a tight turn. Get around his shoes. Okay. Let's see. Little area here I want to trim out. Clean this one area here too, get some of that extra white of the paper gone. Okay. Okay, coming around on the last part of the beard here. up and around. Hope I'm still on camera here for you. Around the brim of his hat. And turning it. Okay. Got bottom part here to finish. Get these pieces out of the way. There we go. Okay, there we go. Got most of it. I managed to do it without cutting off the hat. Let's set the scissors aside and get rid of these scraps. Okay, I still have a little bit of area around him that I'm going to come in with the brown pen. Actually, I want to get a black pen. Let me grab a black pen. I'm going to use a real fine point black pen to come in and just fill in these little bits of white that I didn't cut close enough with, okay? Just take your time. Hopefully you're all on track here and about to cut them out or cut them out. And smooth that out. I'm going to go all the way around the hat here. There we go. Got them cut out. Looks good. Got to touch up a little more silver on the very tip there. Finish that up. Finish rounding it out. So you can make that circle at the bottom of his hat there as big as you want so you can cut it out. Alright, I believe I am all done with the pens here. Got the sentiment, got him, put this aside. Alright, he's going to go somewhere right about here. You're going to put your sentiment right about at the top on the edge. And I'm going to go ahead and use some foam tape under the sentiment so it lifts up a little bit, and then just some regular straight tape runner on the bottom to attach Star Bright to it. Okay, I'm putting down another scrap just so I don't pick up anything off the mat, and here we go. Let's not block that. And I'm going to attach Starbright right directly onto the background, overlapping with the tree, about right there. Press it all down, looks pretty good from there. Set this tape aside. I'm going to use foam tape on the back side of the sentiment, just so it gives a little bit of dimension. Add some no-stick scissors here, then it gets all goopy. And I want this sentiment in between the stars near the top and really close to the edge. Just tap it down. There we go, that's good. And now it's time to attach this panel to your Slimline card. Have it all folded, and you can measure it if you want, but I just eyeball it and attach this panel onto the backer, and that's that. Here we go. Let me do that step for you real fast. So I have the sticky on there. I'm gonna eyeball it. There we go. Looks good from this angle. And gently pat it down. I'm gonna turn it over and just flat and press it down. Here we go. There you are. Let your light shine. Enjoy your Starbright gnome. He is all done and ready to go. Thank you for being with us today. Make sure you visit us at blankpagemuse.com and use the coupon code ExproBright. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Hi, it's Kim from Blank Page Muse. Welcome back. And today we're going to make just a second quick project. It's this little holiday card, another Slimline card. They're so much fun. You get so much space and room to play. So again, it's blankpagemuse.com, and we do lots of rubber stamps and stencils too. Here we go. I'm going to be using the Tall Tree by Pam Bray, a dove, a poinsettia, and then a couple of other holiday ones that say Let It Snow and Christmas Wishes. These are all stamps that are available in our store, and today it's really simple. We're going to be doing stamping and embossing. I love embossing. That was one of the most fun things I looked forward to way back when I started doing this. It's just stamping and embossing because it's so cool. You get to melt it and make things look awesome, right? Okay, so here's my background. This is a 3 by 8 inch piece of paper. Let me get a sheet here to hold the embossing powder. Try to not make such a big mess, right? So it always blows everywhere. No matter what I do, it goes everywhere. I find embossing powder all over the place, but it's pretty. It's pretty. There we go. Okay, I like to use Versamark. This is what I have today. And for the tree on the background, I'm going to be using just gold. You can use gold, bronze, silver, whatever you have on hand. Don't worry about it. It all works fine. You just want some shine and texture. And that's the most fun thing I think about embossing. It's just that overall texture you get. And I'm going to be doing partial images because I want it to go landscape mode there. Okay, I'm going to stamp the first one here, pick it up, get some powder on it. That looks pretty good. A little bit of stray sparkle, but it'll be fine. Put this over here, hopefully I won't drop it. And sorry for the noise. Looks good. It's all melted. I don't see any of the darker color left. So cool. Let's keep going there. And adding more tree to the background. Or tree parts. I'm going to use some of the branches and stuff too. Just add at different heights, just to add some interest and make a really fun little background. This one I'm going to do a little bit lower. Just get the tippy top there. When I'm embossing, I tend to stamp once and then emboss once rather than stamping the whole thing and embossing all at once, because sometimes I smear it and it makes me irritated, so I like to do one piece at a time. Okay, now I'm going to jump over to this side of the card here, and I just want part of the branches here. So about like so, up a little high, just getting that part. Good. It's covered pretty well there. And when you have a chance, we've got a special coupon code there for you. If you go to blankpagemuse.com, use the code EXPOBRIGHT, and you can save 25% on anything you order. Awesome. Okay, and I'm going to do, I think, one more section of tree right there. I said embossing is just one of my favorite things to do. And let's go up just a little shorter than the tallest one there. There we go. Perfect. Okay, that looks good. That's the background stamp there. And now I'm going to do a couple of the foreground pieces. And I'm going to be stamping those on craft paper and then embossing it in white. I'm going to set this aside and shake off this. And I'm going to get a clean piece of paper so that the embossing powder doesn't get all mixed up. There we go. And I'm just using regular computer paper just to catch the embossing ink or embossing powder. And I'm gonna start with this stamp here. This is a really fun little holiday one, a vintage car and a snowflake. Okay, looks like it's a little thin there. I'm going to stamp it a second time. That looks better. And again, I'm just using a super fine white embossing powder. Use whatever you have. Just white on craft really looks nice, has a really nice wintry look, nice vintage feel. looks good. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and heat them both up. Okay, those both look pretty good. I like this one a little better. It came out a little lighter, or a little darker, I mean. Okay, so that's good enough for now. So I'll set this stamp aside. Now I'm going to this little tag stamp here. And I'm going to also do this one in white. And it'll fit over here, okay. Alright, now I have these embossed and I'm going to go ahead and cut them out. I'm going to cut the tag out in the basic tag shape, and then I'm just going to cut these in a square. And I'm just cutting them by hand. I don't need them to be perfectly square or precise. I'm just going ahead and trimming around the edges, leaving a little bit of a border. And it's that. I have those two pieces. Then I'm going to do a little bit of an edge. I'm going to take the gold embossing powder again, and I'm going to go all the way around the edge of these really fast. So I'm going to take the embossing ink pad, and I'm just going to wipe it along the edge of both pieces. That just helps tie it in to the background with the gold trees. Okay. Alright, that looks pretty good. Set these aside and pour my powder back in the jar. And now I'm going to emboss the edges. And to hold them down, I'm just using the scissors protective piece so I don't burn my fingers. Okay, let that cool. This one, I'm going to brush off just a little bit of the gold on the edge there. Okay. There we go. Okay, so I've got the two pieces. They're going to go onto the card. I'm going to put them on about an angle like this. But now I want to use a little bit of this poinsettia stamp, and I'm going to do some stamping to fill in the background area. And what I'm going to do is, get this out of my way. I'm going to use the red, and I'm just going to stamp it on here just by hand, not even on the mounted block or anything, just to get some red ink going. And then I'm going to stamp some of it off here so that it's a little lighter when we go onto the background here. I just want little hints of the color, so I like it to be faint, just a little bit of a pattern. So ink it up a little bit, stamp some of it off, and then come back over to your card and just add a little bit in. There we go. Get a little ghosting going on, and that's a lot of fun. There we go. Some on the edge here. You just get little parts of the poinsettia, and it just adds a little interest and color. There we go. Cool. That looks good. Set that aside. And I'll put that stamp in my pile there. Okay, so I've got this. And last one I'm going to do is the dove. And I'm going to stamp it in it's a blue teal color here. And I'm going to stamp it on a piece of white cardstock. I'll cut it out really fast, and then it's a fast assembly. There we go. I'm going to set all the stamps aside. And I'm just doing a really rough cut on it. It doesn't have to be perfect around every little line. Just get the basics there. I'm going to cut around a little closer right here. And in between. Here we are. Okay, now time to assemble it. Want the dove up here in this corner. And I'm going to put this about right there, and the Christmas wish little tag right like so. There we go. And I'm going to use some pop tape for it just so they stand up just a little bit. I'm going to turn it just so it fits right into the space there. And I'm actually going to do this one flat so it'll tuck under. And I would have the dove flying in right here. And let's attach the last part of the tag. And I'm going to have it a little bit of an angle, just like that. Okay, once that's done, all you have to do is mount it on your card base. Your Slimline card is cut from an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper, and you cut it down so that it comes out to be 8.5 by 7 and then fold it in half. Alright, I'll go ahead and mount this really quick, and then that's it. Didn't even use a tape runner. I just have this. This is what I have in my drawer, so it works just fine. I have the card folded, and I'm going to mount this on here. I'm not measuring it. I'm just doing it by eye. Whatever works for you. Okay, and there we go. Have a wonderful, elegant little holiday card. Thanks so much. Thanks for being with us today, and have a great day. See you soon.
Welcome back, everybody, and I want to thank Blank Page Muse because, you know, everybody loves gnomes.
I know,
and I'll tell you, and what a cute little gnome is on this card. And, you know, you got the gnome stamp, which is amazing, this red rubber, and they do great red rubber stamps. Now, also, I really like the fact that all these stamps were hand-drawn. So I just think that, you know, we use computers, but these are all hand-drawn that she used. I liked some of the techniques that she used to add. She had to use the stencil to add stars to the background. And in the tree, you know, she kind of does the highlights, you know, on the branches. Certain branches you want highlighted and some you don't, because you don't want it to be the same. And she always has some really great coloring techniques too. And I've told you before that she is the one that can, I'm going to say, really inspired me to get some of those colored pencils and do some coloring. So, but how cute is this? Everybody wants a gnome for Christmas, and it said, excuse me, let your light shine. So everybody has a light, and we get to shine it. So adorable card. And I love that this tree is in black. It gives that winter feeling of the card. So so another great Slimline card. And you know what's nice? Another thing that is nice about the Slimline cards is you can use your big stamps on these. You know, you don't have to try to figure out how to put it on a smaller card. So another great advantage to the Slimline card. So so thank you so much for that adorable, cute project and these great stamps that you can use over and over again in all kinds of different ways.
That is right. I love that. So cute.
Yes.
I love gnomes. Anything gnomes.
I know.
I love it. Yes. So as she was showing, if you go to Blank Page Muse, again, an amazing website. There's so many great things. And Dave, what I love about her website, her stamps are another really artistic.
Exactly.
We need those different varieties in our stamping.
Yes.
And, when I'm on the website, I'm like, oh, I could use that card for my niece that's an artist that she would love, and really, you
Yes.
need the really cutesy, and then you also need these that are
Exactly.
artistic and very elegant.
They're almost like the dies that are so intricate,
Right.
and because, when I see those dies, I think of artistic and their website, they have great artists that have been with them forever,
Right.
that just do, phenomenal jobs.
Right.
So,
and so as she was showing in the second part of the video was another project using the Slimline cards. So she showed embossing, and she used the beautiful gold and the white trees. Such an elegant card. I mean,
the gold,
so amazing. I loved it. There was so many different, I went on the website, there's beautiful red rubber stamps. Here are some of the options. There's holidays, there's patterns and textures, there's people, fantasy, flowers, whimsical, ocean and sea, romance, backgrounds and borders, food, cars, trucks, tribal, wildlife, and so much more. And that's just in the red rubber stamps.
I know.
There's all kinds of other things as well. I saw one that I really want, and it was a Frida stamp. It's so gorgeous.
Oh,
so I'm like, yes, I have to have that. The stamps have a very vintage feel to them. They're so pretty. I love them. Also, there was a lot of stamps in there that have sayings, like different quotes, from times back, and
they're like
Charles Dickens, and
you're talking about the vintage, and those kind of goes back to the stamps and the how artistic, the whole look and feel of the stamps and the sentiments are, for sure.
Right. There's one that I loved. It said, "Near the sea, we forget to count the days." I love that.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
how inspiring.
I know. So there's just so much. There are stencils. I love stencils for making those beautiful backgrounds.
Yeah.
They can be.
You can use the whole stencil, or just, like parts and pieces,
Exactly.
Just like the stars, she used on the Slimline card. So.
Right. So there's just so much. You're going to want to visit Blank Page Muse. And so the coupon code is Expo Bright, and you're going to save 25% off. So that is awesome and very easy to do on this website. And it's valid until December 18th.
Oh,
so
great. We've got a little bit of shopping time.
Yes.
And Blank Page Muse they're kind of my neighbors down in Riverside.
Oh, really?
So I might be able to get some curbside service.
Yeah.
So thank you, Blank Page Muse. Another great project and great artistic stamp. So, all right, everybody, it's time. We are going to have talk about a blue Christmas, I'll tell you, with Stamp Anything. So stick around and we'll be back.
Hi everyone, this is Annie from Stamp Anything with another Mega Make and Take, and today it's all about the Slimline card. So today we're going to make this cutie. So you are going to have your kit, and we're going to go through the contents of the bag real quick, so to make sure you have everything. First, you're going to have your print out little coupon, and it's got a little code here for you to use. And then you're going to have a snowbank and a pond. You're going to get some forestry stamps and an Audrina skating by stamp. You will have some clear fishing line type string and a straw. So you will need to cut your own base for your Slimline card. And for that, you will need a 7 3/4 by 7-inch piece of cardstock. So let's get started. So we have our piece of cardstock, and like I said, it's going to be 7 inches by 7 3/4. So when it folds down, it'll be 7 3/4 by 3 1/2. And that will be your base. And then you're going to want a mat on top of it. So that will be cut down to 7 3/4 by 3 1/2. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to get started to color on our little skating girl. So we are starting with our EO4. And I am just going to start layering in the dark areas where the shadow will be. I'm not doing her legs because I decided I want her to be wearing tights because it is the winter and most people aren't skating around bare-legged unless you really like the cold, which I do not, coming from Florida. We don't even know what cold is compared to people up north. You guys laugh at us when we're freezing in 70-degree weather. But anyways, I'm sorry, I'm babbling here. So those colors, I will go through them again, sorry, when we get onto her face. But it's our basic skin color, and we always do 2 layers. So here we go. Here is our EO4, second layer there. And then we have our E11, our E21, our E00. And now the same colors we're going to be doing her face. So we're starting with that EO4 again, and we are just going to go underneath the hairline and around the side of her face a little bit for that shadowy area of where our darkest color is hitting. And since her hair is covering good parts of her face, you just want to get underneath those hairlines. So that was our E04. Now we're with our E11, and we are just going on top of that EO4 and extending it out a little bit further. And we're also going to start doing the outer area of her eye so we can keep that white area around it when we color. Now we're going in with our E21. Again, going over what you previously colored and just extending it further out. Then our E00, starting to blend, go out further. And now I'm taking my R20 to get some cheek color in for her. And I am just going from the sides of her face and curving it around her cheek area. R20 is a really subtle pink tone that blends really well with the skin. And then I'm going to take my E00 and blend out the edges of that R20 and then fill in the rest of her face. And that is our layer 1. And now we're going to repeat the same exact process again with layer 2. So back with our EO4. And your layer 2 will always go a little bit faster because you already know where you laid down your colors. And this is where you can adjust some if you want the shadows to come out further or not. And just help with your blending. And now we're with our E11. Again, around her eyes. Our E21. And I always do the 2 layers because it just really helps to solidify a smoother blend. Now we're with our E00. And then our 20 to do those cheeks again. And you can see it gets a little bit more vibrant with that second layer as well. And now we're just blending out that R20 so it's not a harsh line. And there is our sweet little girl. I'm just using my EO4 for her tongue, just to get that, because I usually forget to do it. So there is her tongue colored in as well. And there is our skin. And now we're going to move on to her hair. And I'm just going to start pulling in little flicks with my darkest color in those corners and where one layer of hair overlaps another layer of hair so that it will look, you know, like layers actually. So you want to actually look at the image as best as you can so you can see the separation of those hairlines so you know where you want to add those dark areas. So that was using our E49, and now we're going to go in with our second color, which is E39, and we're just going to extend from those tips going towards the center of each strand of hair. And you want to use a light, you know, like a light stroke with it and flick it towards the center. And now we want to add some like our auburn color, reddish colors to it. So we're going to use our E19. And you're going to be very, very stingy with these colors because you don't want it to cover up everything you just laid down. You just want to add a little wisp of like a reddish highlight in there for her. And then we are going to go with our final color, which is E13, which is our lightest color. And we're going to fill in all those gaps. And then it's going to also blend out the harshness of all of those other colors. And then I'm just going in with, you know, where I think a couple more streaks are needed. And you'll be able to do that after you've colored your areas. You'll be able to see where you want it to be a little bit more streaky than other areas. So again, we're repeating the process, and now we're back with our E49, flicking from the tips and the root areas. And you just want to follow the direction of how the hair is already going. So on this, you know, image, because she's ice skating, her hair is kind of flowing in different directions as opposed to as if she was just standing still and she just had straight hair. So you just want to follow the curves of the lines in the stamp that are already there so you know where the hair flow is going to go. So we're just going to keep on following that and putting in that dark tip area with our E49. And this is a very short stroke and short little flicks because this is the darkest area, but you want it to be able to differentiate the layers of the hair, especially where one section of hair is on top of another. Now around her face, I always draw the line first with it, and then I start flicking out. That way I just don't get into the skin of the colored face we just made. And now that we have that down, we're going to go with our second color, which is our E39. And you're just going to follow what you've already laid down, go over those ones and extend it further, so that the colors will start to look as if they're going to meet in the middle of the roots to the tip. And you're just going to be flicking towards your centers. And you're just going to continue this on all of the pieces that you already laid down. Now we're going to add in that little bit of a reddish color with our E19. And these are a little bit more sparingly and longer strokes connecting the area of the root to the tip. And this is just to add that little punch of color of her having auburn hair. And now our E13 to kind of fill in the gaps, coloring on top of everything to blend all of those previous colors together. And you're just going to continue blending out the color. Now this is my colorless blender because I did go out of the lines when I was doing the flicks. So if you just use your colorless blender, I have to grab another one because that was a dry one. So I'm grabbing my other colorless blender, and you just kind of push on the color that went out of the line, and it will push the ink back for you. Sometimes you just have to hold it there a little bit so it will take that away for you. And that's just to do an easy cleanup. So now we're going to go ahead and using the same colors. I just want, oops, sorry. Apparently I'm doing a voiceover so you can tell now. I'm just adding in a couple more streaks in that hair with that E19 for the red to pop through. And now you can see it's a little bit better. So now we're going to go ahead and we're going to start on the other side of her hair using the same colors, of course. And we're starting with that E49. Going in those dark areas of where one section of hair is on top of another. And then pulling down from the roots on this underside. And now we're going to finish this back section of hair. And now on to our next color, E39. So the technique is always the same, just on different sections of the hair. And now our E19. And then blending it all with our E13. And then this is when you can just go at the end and add any little extra accents with your marker. I just wanted to darken up a little bit of that root, get the blend a little bit. And then I'm just adding in a couple more streaks of that E19. So her hair looks like it has plenty of texture. Okay, so now we're going to start on her clothing. And I wanted to do her in some blues and purples and then with a pop of color with red. So I'm starting with my red, and I am using R37. Normally I would be using R39, but I could not find my R39. I think my cat may have ran off with it. So I'm using R37 to lay down my darkest areas. And then I'm going in with my R29. And then R24. And just finishing out that blend. And then onto our second layer. So R37 again. Just hitting those shadow areas. And now our R29. And then our R24. And there are her little red tights. So now we're going to go ahead and we're going to go and work on her little mini skirt in blues. So we're going to use B06. B04. And this is a small area, so you're not going to be able to go too crazy with shadowing. And then your B01. When coloring, if you have your main focus where you do a lot of the detail, which in our case here is the hair, if you don't go too crazy with shading in other areas, it's going to be okay, because that's not going to bring your eye as a focal point to her skirt, as where you really see in her hair is what her focal point is. So that was her skirt in the blues. And now we're going to do some purples for her little jacket type area. And so we're going to be using our blue violet. So we're using BV17. And we are putting in our dark areas, which are, you know, under the sleeves, down the side of her jacket, under her neckline, and that little patch of hair. Then our BV13. And we're just extending out to blend that B17. And then we have BV11. For the remainder part of the jacket. And again, we didn't go crazy with tons of detail and tons of shading techniques on the clothes. Just, you know, a hint so you do know that there is a shadow there. Now we're just going to darken up those areas, make the colors pop a little bit more with that second coat, because it always makes it a little bit more vibrant. So that was our B17, back to our B13. And then we're going to finish it up with our B11. And it's just a very blue-violet muted color of your purples, because I wanted it to go nice with the blue and then the pop of red. And then I'm just coloring in her pocket with the B17 on the edge of the pocket, and then B13 for the rest. Just so that the pocket looked like it had a little bit of depth on her jacket. And now we want to do her scarf. So we're going to go back to our reds. So again, we're going to start with our R37, which I would really use R39. So if you have R39, you might want to use that just because it will be a darker red, so your shadows will look darker. And we're just going where around her chin, around where the scarf parts overlap with one on top of the other. Now our R29, bringing it down. You just really want to make sure where the pieces are overlapping is where you're going to have your darkest shadows, because they would not be catching any of the light. Now we have our R24, again, just going over those areas. And finishing it up. And now we're going to do the steps over again, especially darkening up really well where those shadow parts are. And then blending it out. And a part of my red bled onto my jacket. Reds are probably one of the trickier colors because cleaning up a red is pretty hard to do, just like cleaning up your black would be hard. So I had to fudge a little area on my jacket. If you did not make this mistake, then you would obviously not have to do that step with me. But I just wanted to cover it up. Just to add a little bit of color to her skates, I'm just using my B01 just to add a little bit of color there, and then I'm taking my colorless blender to kind of blur it out a bit. So you can't really see it on a camera, it didn't film well, but there's just a little blue tone on her skate. And now we're just going to use our blues just to tie in the colors and go ahead and do the tassels on her scarf. And you can use any of the colors that you want. I did a mix of blues and purples just so it all is a little bit cohesive. And then we are finished with our little Audrina skating girl. So now we're going to go to our card. So I have my card mat piece out, which was that 7 3/4 by 3.5, and I'm putting the snowbank and the little ice pond. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to glue the blue strip that came in your kit of the pond to the bottom area of the white snowbank. So you're just going to grab your glue and you're just going to go ahead and adhere them flush on the bottom part of your snowbank. And that's what's great with your wet glue. It gives you a little bit of time to play around and move pieces to get where you want. And now because I'm gonna do my trees, I kind of want to eyeball where that snowbank is landing on there because I want the trees to be tucked behind it. So I'm just trying to get an eyeball view of where I'm going to be placing those trees. And you can do your trees in any combination of which tree goes where and which ink colors you want to use. We are using the Stamp Anything Hybrid inks. I have a series of blues that I was going to use. So we have Caribbean Sea, Azure, and Sky. We also have another blue in our kit as well. But I just thought these three blues, a really, really dark one, a medium tone, and then a lighter blue would just really pop really nicely on the papers. So I'm just going to ink up one of my trees. And again, you can just randomly pick whichever trees you want of the stamp set and then use whatever ink colors you want. You can do this in, you know, different shades of greens for your tree, a dark, dark green, a medium green, and then a lighter green to look like a forest behind. I just wanted to do kind of a non-traditional color card. And since it was winter, when I think of winter, I think of blues and purples. Again, I am in South Florida, so we don't really have winter. So my idea of winter being blues and purples with a pop of red is probably not really an idea of winter, but I just like these colors together. So again, I'm just randomly choosing my stamps. This was the big solid tree, and I just want to stagger my trees as well. I don't want them in a straight line. I want them, you know, to be at varying heights, and the reason for the different color inks is for the depth perception, so it looks like some are farther away than others as well. So I'm just inking up another tree, and this tree is in my next color. And you can see I staggering it. I'm even overlapping some of them, which is fine. You will see that. I personally, if I was doing this, I would have been using my MISTI instead of probably a stamp block, because these are solid stamps. I could not find my MISTI when I was making this video, so that's why I'm using a stamp block. But when I do solid stamps like this, I like to use my MISTI only because, see how you could see a little bit of that white showing through? I would have done a second impression on that to get it more solid. But when you end up seeing my card, there's a couple of them that the white is actually showing through. And then I kind of liked it because it kind of represented, maybe it could have been like snow coming down on them. So that's just personal choice for, you know, what you may like, if you like them really, really solid or not. And again, staggering them at different heights and different colors, overlapping them so you get different variations. And we're just going to continue this all the way across the card. So just stamp and repeat. Just changing up your colors and changing up which tree you're using. So there are different variations in that. And again, you can do this in any monochromatic color tones of inks that you want. If you have 3 different colors of greens or browns, whatever you wish to do. I just liked the blue. So then I just wanted to make sure that they were being covered enough by my snowbank that I did go down far enough. And then I was like, you know, let me just stamp them off the page. I don't want it to be like the forest just ended. I want the forest to be continual past my card. So I'm going to go back and I'm just going to make sure that I stamp these trees all the way to the edge of my card and even hanging off. So it's just more continuity of that. It's a full card of stamping there with that tree. So now we're going to go and do one more onto the other side. And then our Slimline card of stamping trees on the whole entire landscape area will be completed. So there we go, stamping it off the side of the card like so. And now our tree line is complete. So next what we're going to need to do is we're going to use our Audrina girl. Now this is optional. If you want to make her able to slide on her card, you're going to use your string and that straw. This is just a quick, easy hack for those of you that may not have slider dies. All you need is some clear fishing line and a straw, and you can make your own slider. So we need to see where our Audrina is going to land on the snowbank so we know where we're going to put the straw. And for me, it ended up being right around her waistline. So we are just going to take our straw and cut a little bit of it so it will fit on the back of her waistline. So it is hidden. Now again, if you don't want to make her into a slider, you can just go ahead and pop dot your snowbank and then pop dot your Audrina onto your snowbank. But for this demo, we're going to just quickly show you how you can make a cute little slider if you have no slider dies. So I'm just cutting some tape so I'll be able to adhere my straw to the back of my girl. You can do this with hot glue. Just be careful that it's a low temp so it doesn't burn the plastic of your straw. I'm actually very messy when it comes to hot glue, and I would have gotten it everywhere, so I just figured I will just use some tape to hold my straw in place. So I am just going to make sure I really adhere it very well and cut off any pieces hanging over on our little stamped image. So just got to cut that overhang there. And then again, I just want to make sure that the tape is really secured on that straw so it doesn't pop off when we are making her slide. And now we're going to take our piece just to make sure, you know, she's going to be able to slide okay. So we're going to take this little fishing line and we're going to go ahead and thread it through the straw. And I like to wrap it around and go through a second time just to secure it well. But you can just do it the one time, that's fine. Make sure it doesn't go around her leg like mine just did. Okay, so now that we have the straw in there, you can see the string, I'm sorry, you can see that you can pull it and she freely moves on the string. So now what we're going to need to do is we're going to have to secure her and the snowbank to our card. So what we're going to want to do is first you're going to make sure it lines up okay. And I am going to put some foam tape on my snowbank. So I'm just going to quickly put some foam tape on the back side. Now let's go ahead and remove the release tape. And we're going to go ahead and line the snowbank to the bottom of that matte card base of our Slimline. And mine was a little, I measured wrong when I was doing my card base, so I'm just going to go ahead and trim that, which you can do as well if you measured wrong like me. So we're just going to make sure this is going to wrap around the way we want. Just so I can get an idea of how she's going to slide. Okay, so let's see. All right, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to trim that extra piece off real quick. So now my card is all the right length. Now we're going to line her up because we need to see where the string is going to hit, because we're going to cut a notch in our card base to hold that string, because it is a slippery string. It's you know, fishing line, so it would move even if you tied it. So we're just going to cut in a small little notch on the side of our card mat base. That way we can put the fishing line in there, kind of as a holding placement. Now we're going to slide her down, and you're going to place her just for a holding spot. Pull that fishing line taut across the front of your card so that you can see now where it's going to line up and be pretty even with the notch that you put on the other side. And you're going to make another notch on this end of your card and then put your fishing line in there as well. Turn your card over and you are going to square knot your fishing line. And again, it's a little slippery, this fishing line, so go ahead and secure it however you need. I just like doing square knots because then I know it's not going to go anywhere. If you taped this down, I think over time it would loosen with the fishing line, so I do not suggest that. If it was twine or something, I would you go ahead and tape it down, but with fishing line, you're really going to want to make sure you knot it so it stays in securely. So there is my square knot, and I'm just going to cut my edges, flip my card over, and there is our girl. And because the fishing line is clear, you can see that she will slide if you want her to on your card. And then you can always tuck the fishing line behind the snowbank once you put her where you want her to. Or you could, like I said, if you don't want to put her on the fishing line, you could just pop dot her on top of the snowbank so she's just a normal stationary card. But you can go ahead and put her in position of where you would want. And now we are going to take our card mat that we just created and we're going to adhere that to our card base. So we're just going to grab our adhesive, just make sure when you're putting down your glue or your tape that you do not cover up your fishing line too much. So I'm just gluing around that. And now I am going to adhere my card mat to my card base. And then because I was off with that one measurement on my card mat, my card was wrong as well. So I just trimmed that up really quick. And now I'm just making sure I have it glued well. And there's our card on our mat. And now you still have room to stamp a sentiment or add a tag or whatever you'd like. So I am just going to grab a sentiment really quick. I'm just going to stamp it straight onto the snow. So just putting that on my block, inking it up. And now we're going to go ahead and just position it and press down to get a good impression. And there is our little sentiment. And here is our finished card, our cute little Audrina Slimline. And here is your coupon code. And I hope you had fun. I appreciate you stopping by and spending this 40-something minutes with me. I hope you enjoyed it. Please check us out at stampanything.com. Our Facebook group for fans is Stamp Anything Stampers. We do have live color-alongs. On Tuesdays, we do techniques. We also offer online coloring classes with exclusive stamps and dies you can't get anywhere else. And we also have a stamp club. So stop on by at Stamp Anything Stampers, join our group, meet our fans, and have a great rest of your day. Thank you. Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. And Miss Stamp Anything, you know, cute, and cuteness is her stuff, you know. And you know, she always has the cutest images of her stamps.
I love these girls.
They're adorable, and she brings them to life. You know, we can't say enough. The coloring techniques, the tips, the ease of her doing it. You just sit there and it just magically, you know, appears on that. So I love the coloring, but I'll tell you what, my favorite part of her card, and you know, I think sometimes we don't think outside the box,
right.
But with the Christmas trees, you know, she lives in Florida, and she says, you know, they don't have the you know, the snow like we don't have here unless you go, you know, about an hour away.
Right.
But I loved how she used the blues and purples for her trees. And it was beautiful, you know? And so, you know, I think, you know, you could do this card and you could use any color that maybe reflects you, you know? But seeing that, once again, I love the blue, but she did the stamping on the trees, and, you know, she included this, I call it a snow border, but, you know, folks, she stamped those trees on there, and then she added this, and it just made a huge difference. I mean, just adding this little strip
right.
I don't know. It just added, and you just add these little parts and pieces like that to make a beautiful card. But I loved the blue and the purple trees. It was my favorite part of it. So
that's gorgeous.
And thank you once again for all your great coloring tips and techniques and at ease. Oh gosh, just love it. So thank you, Miss Stamp Anything.
I agree with you, Dave. Just watching her color, like the hair, I've learned so much from Stamp Anything, and I love every little artistic, tidbit that she gives. It's so, I learn so much.
Yeah.
So when I'm at home and I'm coloring and I'm like, okay, she said you can just flick here and, not real heavy and like, you want to, if you kind of want to be more intensive and like do a lot more, or else like she was saying on the little outfit, you don't have to do that much detailing. It's still, and I think it's so beautiful. And so like you were talking about the trees, those are their hybrid inks. And on the website, there are so many colors.
Yes.
And
beautiful colors.
Yes. And I do love that. I do, I love that's what card making and, crafting is about, is making the colors that you love.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Why can't you have a blue and purple tree?
And and I've seen it where they've used every color but green and red.
Exactly.
So it's beautiful. It's your creation.
Yes.
And I think he said, it's like when you're crafting, it's literally it's a part of you. And if you mess up, don't worry about it. Especially with coloring, you're going to always learn new techniques from different people. I mean, it's just like any kind of crafting that we do.
Exactly.
You learn, you pick up a tip here and there. And just like using a trimmer or anything, I mean, you just learn different ways. So it's great. So, we just have look, we're having so much fun today crafting. So
I love it. It's so cute. So like there are so many different ink colors. And then if you go on the website, the Chibi Kid stamps.
Yes.
I love them. There are so many that could fit everything.
Yes.
There's everyday, there's occasions, there's themes. There's Chibi Kid stamps in costumes. How cute is that?
Dress up chibis.
Yes.
And I love the word chibis.
Yes, it's so cute. There's sporty, there's seasonal stamps. There's even digital stamps that, like if you don't want to have the stamp after, you could buy it digitally. Yeah. So cool. There's all kinds of dyes that go with all these stamps as well.
Yeah, she's really starting to get some great dyes in it that we've seen, recently. So.
Okay, we're laughing because my stomach keeps growling, and that's why
it's time for lunch almost.
So I hope you can't hear it on the. Okay, so there's slimline dyes, there's word dyes, there is stencils, there's border stamps, there's beautiful pattern papers, and then there's also chipboard to make the mini albums.
Yes.
So I think that is awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys have a good one.
Thank you. The UPS. Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that, folks.
Okay, then there's also the grab and go, like we've talked about before.
Yes.
I love those. It comes in the box.
It's a huge value.
Gift idea for your friends that love stamping and all the things. It's just amazing. There's Save the Day, Love My Pets, Hocus Pocus, It's a Little Strange, and then there's even more. Star Wars, there's Game of Thrones, all that's so fun. Yes. There's also the Stamp Club. So you have the basic, the standard, and the deluxe. And so if you are like me and you like going home and getting little treasures in your mailbox, that would come every month. And, you work hard, you should.
Exactly.
You should,
Yeah, and, and what I like is those 3 levels, because you can start out at 1 or, depending on what level of stamper or, what your budget is. But it's a great way to, get all the scoop on Stamp Anything products. So.
Right. There's also bundles. So basically what I'm trying to say is there's awesome stuff on the website. And so the show special is original and whimsical chibi kid stamps for all occasions. Stamps, stencils, dyes, and inks. 15% off any website order using code SKATE15. So that is awesome.
Great.
And that expires in 15 days.
All right. So you have a little bit of time. So, well, gosh, Vicki, I'll tell you what.
That's been a silly segment.
Yeah, but that's all right. That's what we're all about.
It's what's happening.
That's right.
You have the UPS man, you have drop-offs, you have a grumbling stomach. Me and him almost got like, you know when you.
We get the chuckles.
So I used to get in trouble. Because my brother and I, my dad was a pastor, and he'd be preaching, and my brother and I would catch like you and I did, and I would have the giggles, and I couldn't get out of it, and I'd be like, and then we'd get in so much trouble.
I know my mom was the organist, and I sat many a Sundays with her, too. At about halfway through, I was drug up to the choir loft. So.
We're sorry, but we hope you had fun. Because we had fun.
We have
being
fun
with you and
showing like I said, at the start, so many unique, different projects, different products that you can use. So, So thank you, all of our presenters today. You guys did a great job. Thank you for sharing all your great tips and your products. And everybody, we hope you enjoyed our Slimline Mega Make and Take. So awesome. You go and enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll see you soon.
We love you. Bye. Oh my gosh.
That was awesome.